How's that now? Can you hear me now? Is that better? Flipping no sound. What a flipping idiot. Oh, that's the one. Right. Right. Put them in the office for us, please, chicken. Right, so I'll tell you what's going on. I'm going to start filming the video now for the test. Bear with me if this is crackly. The test for the Primers PVA SBR Blue Grit. I'm going to start filming that video now. And I thought, seeing as I'm at home and I've got strong, that's not going to reach to where I want it to be. Okay, I'm going to turn the volume up on the mic. You might be able to hear me, you might not. If this goes a bit crap, let me know and I'll what's the name? I'll whiz it down the other end somehow. But anyway, we're going to start filming. And since I've got a strong internet connection, I thought you might want to see what sort of goes on behind the scenes of these videos. Not really very interesting, but because I'm filming, I can't really be reading the comments here. I'm really busy down here. And do us a favour before we start. I've got a cut cement board. Don't start with the grinding and all the PPE. I don't give a monkeys. You guys know that, don't you? So we'll just get it done. We'll just get it done. I'll have the door open. I'll have the fan on. I'll have a little paper mask on, but you know, I haven't got a hazmat suit to cut it, you know, and goggles and ear defenders and that. So, what do we need? Let's have a little Hayes. I'll have a little straighten round, and if you can come out, then I'll give you a shout when we're ready. All right. Right. So, yeah, guys. This isn't really going to be very interactive with me chatting back into you guys. I mean, I might nip up every now and then and have a look at the comments, but ultimately, I'm just going to be cracking on down here, doing what I need to do, filming, and you know, you guys can watch if you want or not. I just thought I'd let you see. Oh, by the way, as well, if you ever do bullnose corners or splayed corners, get yourself one of these made, a bird's beak. That's how, when you've got a bullnose corner and it goes down to the skirting board, your skirting board's not bullnosed, it goes to a point. So you can use one of these little templates. You put it on the wall, fill it all out, and follow the profile down. It gives you a nice little angle to work to, if you can be bothered. Or you can try and freehand it. See how that turns out. Oh, what's happened to that? Shouldn't even have one of these, should I, be in a plaster? Anyway, I have. the main ingredients. Rich, hi. Are you worried the scrim tape will just tear when the pulling starts? Right, I was testing scrim today, Rich, to be honest with you. So, yeah, wait there. You can't see this, but I've got different scrims here. Pink scrim, white scrim, grey scrim, flipping orange scrim. That's in the van. Got this yellow scrim. Still can't even reveal where that come from. You'll soon know about it. But this is basically untearable. This just doesn't rip. Now, I was thinking the same thing. Will the scrim just rip? Will the finish hold stronger than the scrim? So what I think I'm going to do is cut render mesh. Ultimately, I'm going to use render mesh instead because I think that's not going to rip. So I had the same thought. I could use this, but I think render mesh is going to be better, albeit thicker. So that's the plan. Anyway, let's begin filming. Don't get to do this in customers' houses. When I'm filming in customers' houses, we can't really have a tinny, can we? But we can here. Today's tipple is Tyskie. I don't even know where that's from. Is it Polish? I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't really matter, does it? Flipping fireworks are doing me head in. Where we evening, Kirk. How's the family? The family's good. In fact, I've actually pinched our Maisie. Maisie's going to be filming in a minute. Maisie is my 14-year-old daughter, and she's designated camera crew for today. Chris Black, how's work keeping busy? Chris, absolute nightmare, to be honest with you, mate. I'm working tomorrow as well. Sunday. Not because I want to, just because it's flipping work's just backing up. Beer's one of you 5 a day. better than what? Vegetables. I think if I drink any more beer, I'll be a vegetable. Right. I need to cut the cement board, so I need to put a different disc. I've got me cordless grinder in the van, but I think we're going to use the electric one because it's a bit more powerful. What we're saying, boys, we've got 2 different blades for cutting the cement board. Shall we go with the little old one? Old Faithful. It's looking, I'll be honest with you. No, it's looking a bit knackered, that, isn't it? It's been bashed in too much. I think that just needs to go in the bin. All right, that's that one gone. We'll use this one. The only thing is, though, this is a bit thicker. It's an Herb Hour one. It's still diamond tip thing, like, but it's straight at least. That's the main thing. It's not going to explode because I'm a flipping nightmare. I don't have a guard on the grinder, so just pretend you haven't seen this, all right? I mean, I don't even think there's a couple of guards back here. I've got about 10 grinders, so I don't know. I don't think. Oh, that one might. If this guard fits on, just to make you lot feel better, I'll put a guard on. If it fits this grinder, we'll see. No, it won't fit. The guard won't fit, so just Safety squints when I'm doing this, okay? Squint your eyes. Oh, little tip for you as well. Little tip for any of you lunatics out there. When you want to tighten this up, when you lose the little tool for doing this, yeah, just press the little lock button on the back. Once that locks, if you tighten that up finger tight, you can literally twist the blade. Make sure it's not plugged in, you know, but you can literally twist the blade and it tightens it as well. So there you go. That now is tight, and when you know it's not coming off, it is tight. And when you want to undo it, again, just do the same and untwist it. Lock the little button and untwist it with your hand. Just make sure it's not plugged in. I mean, I know it's not safe not having a guard on, but as long as you've used common sense and don't put your fingers in the blade, you'll be all right, you know. But if you're a bit of a nutter, then you have it turned on and you're trying to press that and you press the wrong flipping button whilst you've got hold of it. You won't be doing much plastering after that. That'll be the end of your plastering days. Make sure it's turned off before you plug it in. We're in business. Right. Maisie, do you want to start filming? Grab my phone, sweetheart, please. We've got to... Oh, shut this one. Okay, you go down that end there, and I'll stand down here.
What here? What filming?
Don't press the button yet. Right, this is where it starts getting exciting. You're going to see me now playing for the camera. Don't laugh, all right? Don't laugh. Before we start, let's just see if there's any other comments I need to see. Dude, do you look like working out for a dude? You look like okay. Thecking 1986M. I can't even understand your comment, mate. But anyway, nice to hear from you. Tab the Roofer, Kurt, what's the best preparation you can do to skim over distemper? Use stabilizing solution, my friend. You can buy this stuff. Stabilizing solution, get down to the distemper, paint that on it first, and then seal with SBR or PVA or blue grit, whatever you want, and skim over it. We are going to, someone said to me, you don't need to use stabilizing solution if you use SBR, so we are going to test that in the future, but I always use stabilizing solution first. Sal Abs, easy now. Kevin Hogger Hyde. Yes, cans of beer. It's a Saturday night. Exactly. Poo Pots, if you were going to do a feature brick wall, how would you seal it? Kirk, cheers, buddy. I would use SBR. Jelly Bean, great channel. Cheers, mate. Sal Abs, Free Palestine. Okay, mate. I don't even watch the news, mate, so I don't even know what's going on. Bit naive of me, but these are who I care about. The family, the girls, the daughters, the wife. John A. How you doing, John? Michael Dix. Best way without a safety guard, lol. Yeah, well, you can see straight down it, can't you? You can see a straight cut. Them guards get in the way. So as long as you squint, use your safety squints, you're okay. Jimmy's building surfaces, of course, alive at last, mate. Evening all. Jimmy, unfortunately, this live, I'm not even really going to be interacting with you. You guys are going to watch me filming the start of the video where we test the different sealers. So I might nip up and down every now and then, quickly blitz through a few comments, but ultimately, filming a video, and Maisie doesn't want to be out here. I've had to blag her to come and film me, so I have to go quite quick. Johnny, would love to come to be your labourer tomorrow Sunday. No money, I need the exercise. Just let me know. John, I don't know whereabouts you live, mate, but I'm going to Wrexham tomorrow. You're more than welcome to come if you're coming for free. Never refuse free labour. Darren Colwell, evening. Kirk, how you doing, Daz? Anthony 1984, safety squints, you know the ones, mate. BB, I bought waterproofer instead of SBR the other day. I was cursing you. Thought I'd try SBR, picked the wrong one up. Got it off in the water. Mate, that might have been an expensive mistake, putting waterproofer on. Brett's CTKS ambassador. Love it. Cheers, Brett. Right, okay, guys. So I'm not going to be able to speak to you guys much more because we're going to start filming now. So don't laugh at me. I'm sort of giving you the behind the scenes, so don't be taking the mick. All right. Right. Shall we start with the intro? Or should we start with... Okay. When you're ready. Go. Okay, so in this video, I want to test which is the best primer to use before plastering. So we've got some Blue Grit here. We've bought some PVA, and I didn't want to get any PVA. I thought we'd give PVA the best chance possible. So I've bought the best PVA on the market, Sika Bond, and this is what they've used and have designed for plastering. And we've also got my old favourite, which I use day in, day out. No brand necessarily. I use any brand, SBR, which is in this tub. And ultimately, I buy it in big tubs and then I have to transfer it into little tubs like this. That's why it's just wrote on. But anyway, we are going to see which primer holds up the best. We're going to check for suction control, but ultimately, we're going to test which one is best for adhesion. We're going to do a pull test and pull and see which one holds out. Now, there's going to be a few variations to this as well. I'm going to test PVA mixed 50-50 of water and then left to go tacky before the plaster goes on. But I'm also going to test it according to the manufacturer's specification on how they say to do it. We're going to try SBR when it's gone tacky, but I'm also going to seal and let it go off so it's completely sealed. So there's going to be 2 SBR tests. We're going to test the Blue Grit by itself, but then we've got a few other concoctions to use because I know some fellas like to mix all 3 of these together. So we're going to do that as well. And there's also, just because the piece that I'm testing on, the cement board, it can be cut into 8 squares. We've got a square left. So we're also going to test Stuart Roberts from Trowel Talk. We're going to test his method because he mixes SBR, PVA, and cement together. So we're going to try Stuart's method. And then some guys asked me if I'll test PVA with sand to make like a PVA grit. So we're going to try that as well.
It was impressive.
Okay. I got a few words mumbled in that, but I'll figure that out later. Right, okay, let's talk about the cement board now.
We gotta go.
Let me get my thoughts clear in my head first.
We need some heaters in here, it's cold.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, go.
3, 2.
Right, we needed a background to test these different primers on. Now, I didn't want to test it on plasterboard, ultimately because you're only as strong as the paper on the plasterboard. And when we're doing the pull test to see how well it adhered, I know that the plaster would rip the paper off the plasterboard. So ideally, we needed something that's solid. Now, I could have done this in a house, but the thing is then, we're only sticking to the last plasterer's finish, and that could pull off. So in my mind, the best thing to use was cement board. 1, because it's high suction, but 2, because there's no layers. It's a solid piece of cement right through. So the high suction background will give us a chance to test how well these controls suction. But also, I'm not worried about the cement board pulling apart when we do it. Okay. Okay, let's get a different angle. Oh, no, just get you go there. I'll just sit here.
How?
You just film me square on here.
Joe, close like this, lad.
Is it too close?
Go on then. Ready? Ready.
Wait there. Oh, let me think. Let me get my thoughts. We'll gather my thoughts first. I can't just roll this off the cuff, you know. What was I going to even say? Can't what I was going to say. Doesn't matter. Okay. Forget it. Right. Okay. Go again now. Go again.
Where do you want to stand?
Go
Yeah.
there. Yeah. What we need to do is scene changes. Sorry for you guys. You usually only get one scene, but ultimately, when I make the videos, I have to chop the scenes up and change angles and stuff just to keep the video more interesting. Scene cuts. But anyway, you'll see.
Tell me when.
Okay, go.
Right.
So there's 8 tests in total to do. And it just so happens that this board divides equally into 8 squares. I know, because I've measured it and I've used my calculator to work it out. So I'm going to cut this cement board into 8 pieces for the test. Now, the other thing, what you'll know with cement board is one side's smooth and the other side has got a bit of key to it. And it always says to tile the rough side. I don't want to give these any help. So what we're going to do is our tests on the smooth side. Cut.
Yeah, ready.
Okay, now.
I'll get that with a measure it.
Yeah, you film this. Oh, me just marking this board up.
This side.
Tell you what, let's just move that so these guys can see what's going on as well. I'm going to just angle you guys down.
Hardio's on it.
Oh, David Harding. SBR is your go-to product. Why would you doubt your product? I don't doubt it, mate, to be honest with you. I've just got to make content that you guys like watching, and it's interesting. I would like to confirm. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? Who cares? We'll see anyway. We'll test it and find out. Yeah. You can, if you're going to film, try not to get these guys on the laptop.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Okay, go.
Wait, 3, 2.
Six. It goes into 6. You maths are flipping crap. Put there. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good job I used drywall pen. You can wipe it off. Oh, it's stuck on. Oh, it's all going wrong. Right.
You can cut that bit out anyway.
Let's. How did I measure that before? 120. Oh, I did 120 divided by 6 now.
This one's only about like 8.
Right there. Let's see what we're going to test. Cement. We're going to do that one. Need to do that one. Need to do that one. Yeah, we do really need to do all of them. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Where's the 30?
That's 4.
Aye.
That's divided by 4.
I know, yeah. Because there's 2 sides, so it's okay.
Don't fun.
We could do with just washing that line off. Tell you what, give me a second. I reckon I can get that off. It was a cloth. Cold. In fact, let's just see if water does it, because that's going to be better. Let's just see if it comes off of water. Oh yeah, we're in the business. In case you guys didn't know, I've just cocked up. I didn't do my maths right because I was rushing. Squares can't be 400 square. They've got to be 400 by 300 because otherwise we'll only get 6 squares, not 8. Should have tried harder in school. I thought that would have just wiped straight off, Maisie. Ultimately, do you know what? I'm going to get it off. Cover your ears, shut the door a minute. Try again. Hello, mate. Yeah. Okay, shut up for me. Okay, we made a little mistake. I was turning it into 6 squares rather than 8. So we've had to make a little adjustment. I draw a line on, and I've had to rub out and start again. Okay, you go here. Just down there. Because I'll pick which clips I want to use and which ones I don't. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so now we've got our 8 squares. I'm going to cut these out with an angle grinder. So we've got our little sample pieces. The reason I'm cutting them all apart, I could have left them all in position. But when I start pull testing, and this has been pulled, 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 because they're all joined together, it wouldn't be a fair test on the last couple that have been distorted once the board's been moved around and pulled about. So I'm going to cut them and do them all individually. Okay, now, whilst I cut this, you're going to want to go outside because it's going to be dusty in here.
Can I go in there?
Yeah, go in there if you want, yeah. Yeah, I'll take that calculator with you. And my beard as well, because that's going to get cankered. Okay. Bit of sandpaper, mate. It's too late. I used the grinder. If I divided it by 5, I would have flipping 6. 6 on each side, which is going to be 12 pieces. Turn it around and stop again. Would have been a better idea, John. Rich, careful with cement dust, mate. As I remember, heard it's as bad as asbestos. I know. I'm going to put the fan on now. I'm going to put the fan on and have the door open, and I've got me high quality dust mask as well. You know, I'm flipping nuts, don't you? So it is what it is. Don't worry about it. Pinch the little metal bit. There you go. Look at that. I'm safe now. Doors open. Look at that. Has some ventilation as well. Now, this is probably going to get quite dusty. So if you can't see me, well, I can't see you either. So don't worry about it. We're done. Still a bit dusty, so we'll leave the fan going for a little minute. Oh. Rich, glad you moved the beard out. Well, of course. Jimmy, tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be a YouTuber. Tell you what, my laptop is only cost me a couple of £1,000. It's covered in dust. Yeah, jigsaws. Do you know what? I'm at a loss as to what to cut cement board with for the best. I find that a tile disc seems to cut through it quite well. Them discs go through it quite well. I've never actually tried the Hardy backer board cutter. Yeah, you can get a blade. Tad the Roofer, you can get a blade for the skill saw that minimises the dust, but we all love using the grinder. Mr. Wright, hope everyone's good. Yeah, we're all good. I'm just going to put my head out the door and get some fresh air, isn't it? I'm just letting that fan just blow everything out for a minute. Let's open the other door as well, actually. Oh. There's a little bit dusty, I'll give you that. Face? Who's up here, love? Cheers, chicken. Tell you what, with the dust, I can't see all the cobwebs that have formed in here. Must be about 1 million spiders living in here. Okay, I've literally got to let the dust settle because we can't really start carrying on filming with all this in here. So as soon as this all calms down, we'll carry on. God, Fanglers, be some nice nuts to pick out later, mate. Yeah. I use a handsaw to destroy the jigsaw cutting hardy board. Yeah, it's flipping horrendous stuff to cut, to be honest with you. Richard Brett, what's your job tomorrow? Tomorrow, Rich, I'm going to Wrexham for an old couple who were absolutely fantastic. I've known them for 20 years. They've got loads of houses. That's what they do. They just rent houses out. But they're not like your typical sort of people. They literally they're in the 70s and they both work 7 days a week. They love it. They're mad for it, really. And they bought a farm. So I'm going up to the big farmhouse, needs plastering. So I'm going tomorrow to start plastering there. Now, the thing is, they like doing all their own plasterboarding. And it gets a little bit interesting, shall we say. It's a little bit interesting. So it's a polite way of putting it. Who knows what I'm going to turn up to tomorrow? They just sort of say, come and do a day's work for us. Now, it's mad because they're very, very careful with money. And when I say careful, I mean like extremely careful with money. pennies, you know, 2p's matter. But when it comes to paying me, the sound, so I don't get it. I don't understand it. I mean, they're like, they won't buy stuff from the supermarket unless it's on offer, unless it's like on the sell-by date. You know, everything has to be like a whoopsie deal. But then, you know, they don't mind flipping just throwing money at me, so it's a bit, bit nuts, really. Big Amble, have you got another guy to work with you yet? Yes. I've had a lad in for 2 days. Young man, he's 18. He's been on for today was his second day in, and up to now, you know, impressed with him. He talks a little bit, you know, but he's 18, isn't he? I mean, the bound to speak. So he's all right though. Seems a lovely lad, and he's up for filming and stuff. So I didn't want to sort of jump straight in with YouTube stuff, as he's, you know, I wanted to teach him to mix first before we started getting him operating the camera. So, but yeah, he's been in, like I say, 2 days today, second day. He's cleaned everything out. He's got all the buckets spotless. He's tidied the back of the van. I mean, he's keen. He wants to learn. You know, I've told him once he can mix the plaster unsupervised, then you can have a little pay rise. Well, today he was sending me out the room. He's saying, "Just, I've got it now. Go out there. Let me just do it myself." So, yeah. What's going on here? What's going on? Okay. Dave Steenvoorden. You are spamming the chat, my friend. So this is your last warning now. One more message saying anything like jump or yo or yes, rally, anything like that, mate, and you're getting blocked. So calm it down. You've been warned, lad. But yeah, he's been a good lad up to now anyway. So we've been on a job, actually, the last couple of days, we've been on a job for a lovely lady. And she's admittedly told us herself she's got an OCD, you know, everything has to be mint and clean, and it suits me down to the ground, you know, it's spot on. But rather than having him filming on a job like this, he's just been constantly cleaning, keeping everything immaculate, you know, skirting boards, floorboards, everything, just keeping everything spotless. So he's been quite busy with that. I think as of Monday, Tuesday, trying to think what jobs I've got lined up next week. We'll do a bit of filming on site next week. I mean, I'll get this video sorted with the primers. The dust's nearly gone now. I'll get this video done, and then we'll look at doing maybe a video on site, and maybe introduce him next week or the week after. You know, let's just make sure he's staying first. I don't want to introduce him to everyone on YouTube, and then a week later he's gone. We need to make sure he's definitely, you know, in for the long term. So we'll see. Hey Kurt, that Polish lager is pretty good. Yeah. Right. Okay. Dave Steenvoorden, you did have your warning, my old mate. Gone. See you later, Dave. Now, Dave can still see me, but he can't comment no more. So sorry about that, mate. You was warned. Anthony, you should have got that Dave Steenvoorden to cut that cement board whilst you drank your beer. Yeah, that's the only thing. I can't get Maisie cutting the cement boards, can I? You know, my beautiful 14-year-old daughter. I mean, I'm not going to sacrifice her, but Dave Steenvoorden could have been sacrificed. Tad the Roofer, as long as he's keen and shows genuine interest in the trade, always worth the time. Yeah, he seems it. He seems it. He's got to, you know what it's like. He's got to find. The thing with domestic work is you've got to find the right sort of thing with the customer, haven't you? You know, like you lads that do domestic work will know. Some customers you can have a banter with, some you can't. Some, their mind's thinking 2 steps ahead, and when you say things, you're planting seeds for things down the line. So, I mean, today he was yapping away to the customer, but sometimes, you know, you can say a little bit too much. So I don't want to start pulling him on everything he's doing at the minute. So I'll maybe give him a week or two, and I'll say to him, "Listen, mate, just careful how much information and things that you're saying to the customers." He's not said nothing bad. It's just certain things, can get them. You don't want to start getting a customer worried, do you? So, if that makes sense. Where are we? Mick G770. Fancy looking at a big K rendering job for us. Oh, Mick, if I'm honest with you, mate, look, let me be 100% straight up with you. I'm sick of rendering, mate, and I flipping don't want massive jobs. I mean, I hate saying no to work, but I don't want no more massive jobs. In fact, I don't even want massive internal jobs. I would rather be your bathroom ceiling man. I'll come round and plaster your little bathroom ceiling, your ensuite, and that's it. I'll do 2 or 3 of those a day. I'm happy. I'll make more money and have no stress. I mean, massive K-Ren jobs are just like, oh, flippy. I'll tell you the best thing to do, mate. I haven't got a machine. I mean, all the rendering jobs I do are hand applied, and I don't want a machine before anybody says go and get one. I can afford one. I could, I've got the work to get one. But once you've got one, I've got to store it somewhere. Which, I mean, I've got my nice little workshop, but I don't want it in here. So I've got to store it. I've got to tow it around. I've got to get some lads that have got a machine. They'll spray it on. They're set up for big K-Ren jobs. All I want to do is the little fronts of houses, where they can sort of make a good few quid. If you're trying to make a good few quid on a massive job, you've got to put in a massive, massive price. Whereas, most people can sort of take a couple of grand on the chin, and it's just like the bays and what have you on the house, cover the scaffolding and the knocking off and all that. When you start putting massive jobs on, for me to earn really decent money, the price has got to be horrendous. So that wouldn't be. I'd be too dear, mate, is what I'm thinking, and I'm too busy. I don't want that much hard work. I'm just being honest with you. B Gamble, do you ever find on SBR it takes a long time for the first coat to dry? Yeah, it does, because you kill the suction off. So it does take a while. But I like a combination of, I like to kill my suction off. Now, some plasterers like suction. So it's great. You want suction because it pulls the gear in faster. But the thing with it is, you never sort of know how much suction and how little suction you're going to get, depending on, how dry the house is. So what I like to do is completely kill all the suction off of SBR. And then, you've got a blank canvas, and then I'll use accelerator. I'll use a little bit of half time if I want. I would rather have 2 decent sized mixes, 2 big decent mixes with no suction. Plenty of time to do it. No stress. 3 bags of mix, 3 or 4 bags of mix. No panic, But if I wanted to speed it up, I'd just put a bit of accelerator in. That's how I like to do it, Everyone's different, aren't they? Everyone has their own ways. Ollie Ahern, get him going on a plunger before the camera. Wait there a second. Stay there. Shall I give him this on Monday? Say, Merry Christmas. I've kept that as a souvenir of flipping all the hard graft I did when I was a kid. Flipping absolute torture machine. If you don't know what one of these is, you're flipping lucky. That's all I'm saying. Tommy Beatty. Hey Kirk, have you had any experience of heat resistant plaster? I install wood burners and all the plasters we have had trouble with it. Do you have any advice on using it? Right. Here's something interesting. Here's something I didn't know. I never actually considered. You can use Vitkus heat resistant plaster. Yeah. It's horrible to use, by the way. It's absolutely horrible. Thistle, board finish and multi-finish are only good up to about 50 degrees Celsius. After that, they just shell and fall off. But someone said to me the other night on a live, use lime. Use lime. Lime's great. You can use lime in round wood burners. I said, okay, took it on board, finished the live call, did a little bit of research on the internet. Guess what? Lime apparently is fantastic around log burners. So I've not tried it yet. Might be another test we do in the future. But lime apparently is the go-to around your log burners. So go and get yourself some Go and get some NHL2 lime. You can use hydrated lime, but it won't go off. You'll have to have plaster of Paris to it to make it set, or the job will take like 2 days to do. So go and get some NHL2. That'll set. NHL2, some sand, mix it 2 sand to 1 lime and skim it with that instead. That should be a lot better than using that Vitkus heat-resistant plaster. Percy, if you've got loads of graft on, then you price high. Well, yeah, you know the score. I always say, mate, my missus will tell you, I ain't cheap. Only when I've had 6 pints. Omar, how do Kirk and chat? I'm late to the party. Yeah, Omar, so I'll just tell you what's going on. Let's have a little breather because we've just been cutting some cement board. This live is of me behind the scenes filming a video. So we have to let the dust settle, and it's settled now. So we're going to crack on with filming in a minute, but I'm just going to just blitz through a few of these comments quick and then crack on. Bricky, hi Kurt, do you need to prime render board prior to K rendering it? I find HP12 sticks straight to it, mate, so I don't bother. Never had a problem with it, and I have done a little pull test on it, and it sticks well. HP12 sticks very good to cement board. If you speak to K-Ren Technical, they'll tell you not to do it, by the way. So will Weber. They'll tell you no, but Uncle Kirk's telling you yeah, so it's up to you. I do it. I don't have any problems with it. Omar, torture device. Haven't seen one of those in a while. No, I'll show you the torture device. Wait there a second. For anyone that doesn't know what he's on about. Omar is saying that this is a torture device. The Podger, right? I'll show you the torture device. This is a torture device. If you really want to know what shoulder burn is, this is the kit you need. Oh. And I can tell you, if you really want torturing, like if you want mental torture, I'll fetch the missus in for half an hour. Maisie's in there, she'll grasp me up. Chris Swan, what's the difference between 2, 3.5, and 5 NHL lime? It's compressive strength, mate. So I don't know if it's in pounds or what, but NHL 2, if you try and crush it, will crush easier than NHL 5, and NHL just natural hydraulic lime, hydraulic because it's set underwater, hydrated doesn't. So. Ollie Ahern plungers. Great for the Monday morning after the good weekend. Yeah, they sort you out, don't they? Sort the hangover strain out. Kirk, what primer do you use on plasterboard as it's brilliant for suction control? I don't really prime plasterboard, to be honest with you, Jimmy. I just get straight on them. Frankie Ball, even Kirk. You can tell I'm getting old. I've turned away a few beers at the pub because I'd rather sit in with a couple watching you, pal. The wife likes watching you as well. I've had a shout out. I've heard. Give it a shout out, mate. Okay. Donna Ball. What's he got you into, Don? I'm sorry, love. I'm sorry you have to put up with watching me on your telly. Frankie's a bad man. You should be watching Coronation Street, love. Big shout out to Donna anyway. Bricky Peaches, Kurt D. Loyal. Wish I had a man cave to get away from these 6 kids. That's my next plan. That's why I built this place, mate. That's why I built this myself. Jason Tumbleson. I started on the bath and rake. Show my age. Yeah, mate. Well, I didn't have to, but my dad didn't want to spend money on a mega mixer, so I was down the same route. Then I invested my wages to buy refiner mega mixers. I think my first mega mix is in here somewhere, actually. I wrapped it up. I kept it. It's like ancient, but it's is it? I can't be bothered digging it. It's in here somewhere. It's wrapped up somewhere. Oh, Jimmy, not you. What do British Gypsum put on the boards? I don't know. I don't know if they do actually put anything on the boards, Jimmy. I don't know if British Gypsum. I don't know what they do to the boards, but I know they do something. Because if you skim over brand new plasterboards, they're lovely. If you skim over boards that have been hung where the air can get to them for 6 months, they're horrendously high suction. So that means to me there's something in the paper, or they spray something on them, or they do something with it to control the suction. But I don't know what, mate. No idea. That said, I do know I've got on my Facebook at least 2 reps from British Gypsum, so I could try and find out. John Allman, the first time I use a bath and rake, I put 4 holes through the bottom of the bath. Flipping heck, John. How heavy-handed are you, John? Hey. John's missus looks like a pretzel. She's all like broken. He's a heavy-handed sod. Right, I'm going to close these doors anyway. We're going to get on with the filming. Oh. Right. Got a little brush in here. Right, the reason as well we started filming now, because we can't do all the tests now, but some of the sealers need to be on for a while. For instance, the blue grit needs to be on for 24 hours. So I'm going to put the blue grit on now so it's ready to start the test tomorrow. The PVA, if you follow the advice on the back of the PVA tub, it needs 2 coats, like a primer coat and then another coat that you go over, and it's tacky. So the primer coat needs to go on now. And then there's some weird and wonderful concoctions that we're going to try out, like Stuart Roberts from Trowel Talk. He likes to use cement mixed with PVA and SBR. So we'll have to do that one today, get that one ready. And the other mad concoction that people like to do, where they mix the blue grit and the SBR and the PVA all together. So we'll do that one. We'll get that one ready today. And then tomorrow we can just do the PVA tacky and the SBR tacky. I've wrote it all down on that board. I know you guys can't see it, but for my own reference, because I'm not that. What the hell was that? For my own reference, I've wrote it down there. So yeah, I'll just read that in a minute, and I'll check and make sure I do all the ones that need to do today, so it's done. Ready for tomorrow. Just getting all the dust off these. Make sure it's got to be a fair test, doesn't it? So you can't have any dust on them. Right, what have we got to do? Where's that pen gone? Oh, there it is up there. Oh. PVA 50/50. Okay. So I'm just sorting out the different test panels. We're going to have a PVA 50/50 mix, a PVA to the manufacturer's spec. We're going to do a PVA with sand in it. That'll be this one. This pen's knackered. Let's get a pencil. Oh, Sharpies actually. PVA sand. PVA 50/50. PVA manufacturer's recommendation. PVA sand. A tacky SPR, which is pretty much how I use it. Put it on in the morning and go over it in the afternoon. So SPR tacky. SPR sealed as if you put it on the day before. So we are going to do Blue Grit. Going to do a concoction, Blue Grit, PVA and SPR. Is that you, Maisie? Yeah, Blue Grit, PVA and SPR. And then we're going to do Stuart Roberts' one, which is going to be PVA, SPR, and cement. There we go. That'll be happening today as well. Okay, so there's my 8 test panels. I'll sort them out now into ones that need to be prepped today, ones that are going to get prepped tomorrow, and then we'll get on with it. That's knackered. By the way, writing on cement board ruins board markers. I've just learned that today. Today, tomorrow, today, that one's going to get done today, that one's going to get done tomorrow. Now, little buckets. Have we got a little bucket? This is my little bricklaying bucket. When I was building the foundations for this place, all the bottom of my workshop's all built with blue engineering brick. I wanted blue because the don't let any moisture through, so I all got done with blue engineering brick, and I had a little go at bricklaying, which yeah, it turns out I'm not bad at, to be fair. Not very fast. I'd make no money whatsoever, but I can do it fairly neat. Right, Maisie? Yeah. You okay? So we'll do another take? Yeah. Hey? Is it nice and cosy in there, is it? Just a little bit early. I can use my thing in a minute. I'm going to go in a minute. Hey? Just get it from here. Yeah, I see that. Okay, well, just try and focus it here. Yeah. Sorry for having me back to you guys, but we're just going to film this little bit, okay?
You guys say that in the table, Dad.
Okay.
Just don't move any back.
3, 2. Okay. Okay, so we've cut the boards up. We've cut them all to the right sizes so we can get as most boards as possible for the size of the cement board. We've got 8 samples to test. Some samples are going to get done tomorrow, but some need preparing today. So the ones that are going to get done tomorrow is SBR when it's tacky and PVA 50/50 when it's tacky. These are the two that I find most plasterers do. You turn up in the morning, you paint your PVA on or you paint your SBR on, and then you skim it. Okay? Now, some you have to prepare the day before. For instance, blue grit. It needs to be on for 24 hours to dry according to the tub. So some of these are going to get prepared today. So I'll tell you the ones that are going to get prepared now, and we're going to test them tomorrow. We're going to try a mix that Stuart Roberts recommends from Trial Talk. Never seen it done before, but it looks interesting. And we had 8 squares and only 7 tests. So I've added Stuart's one in to make it up to the 8. PVA, SBR and cement all mixed together. We're going to try that. We're going to try the magic mix that everyone goes on about, where they mix blue grit, PVA and SBR together. We're going to do that one. We'll try blue grit by itself. We're going to try SBR when it's completely dried out and sealed from the day before. We're going to try PVA with sand in it, because some fellas like to do that. And we're also going to try PVA to the manufacturer's specifications. Now, it says on the tub that you supply a primer coat, and once that's dry, you then apply another stronger coat and go over it with tacky. So the primer coat for the PVA is going to go on today. Cool. What do you think of that? Do you like me camera voice? Let's have a look. Where we got to?
Can I sit back in there?
Yeah. Jason Tumbleston. Sometimes the blue sound block boards have high suction. Yeah, they do, mate. Yeah. John Wilkins defo know what that is. You lot are so lazy. No. Sodi Sori SBR is king. Use that stuff today. Yeah, that's what I use, mate. That's all I use is SBR. But we're gonna see how good it really is when compared with a controlled test. We're gonna see what is actually the best. Sigma Shield, that's Hetty. Yeah, is it Hetty? Wait there a second. Yeah, Sigma's right. She's called Hetty. I only got Hetty because she's pink. If you know about me, I like pink tools because the way I see it, you've got to be a man if you want to have something pink, haven't you? Otherwise, you'll get ripped. Now, you won't find many people pinching pink tools off you. I've never had my pink tape measure pinched in my whole life, but I've had loads of standing tape measure and they all disappear. Pink ones, though, no one ever takes them. Kieran Thomas, you'll make a great housewife. Yeah, cheers, mate. Andrew Howard, are you going to write on the back of each board what you're priming with? Yeah, done. It's already on there, mate. I've wrote it on. John Ormond, sorry, it's Hetty. Yes. Oh, Andrew Howard, don't worry, you're doing it now. Yeah, sorry, mate. One step ahead. Be loyal, Kurt. There's a downfall on all the soaps. The BBC have announced that no one's watching them now anymore because they're all on here watching you. I very much doubt it, mate, but I do appreciate you tuning in. B Gamble, are you going to use a board finish on them all and trial it up? No, I'll probably use board finish because that's what I like using. Ultimately, there's not really much difference between board finish and multi finish. Board finish sets a bit faster, so I'll use board finish, and I'm not going to bother trialing them all up because I want it to be as fair as possible. So giving them all the same treatments, I think just put it all on and just let it set, and then it's all the same across the board. I know trialing it up presses it in more, but if I don't trial none of them, then it's all the same for them all, isn't it? And it's less work for me to have to do that. Because I don't want to start getting into trialing it, and then, you know, the ones that have got higher suction need water, and then you're altering things, aren't you? So ultimately, I've thought about it. I think it's best to just give it one coat and nothing else. But you're giving me more things that I've got to, I think I'm going to, it's good that you're saying this because these are things that I'll have to explain in the video so that everyone knows what's going on. So good shout. Are you going to use accelerator or do it standard? No, I'm just going to do it standard, mate. Just going to use it normal. I'm going to put it on and just let it set, and then we'll just see how it goes. Mahmood Hassan, Kirk, when you do the big reveal. Mahmood, what I'll probably do is I'm going to prime them tonight. Tomorrow, well, I'll prime the ones that need doing tonight. I'm going to get that done tonight. Tomorrow, I will prime the ones that need doing when they're still tacky. So the 2 PVA and the SBR tacky samples I'll do tomorrow, and then I'll put the finish on tomorrow. That will all be done tomorrow. I mean, I can do this again. We can do another live tomorrow whilst I do that. And then I'm going to let it all set. And then the day after, Monday night, I'll do the test. Once the test's done, I've got to edit the video because ultimately, you know, I've got to try and make it. I know that this format isn't the most engaging. It's not the most entertaining. Some fellas like it. So a lot of people don't. So I've got to edit the video and make it as interesting and sort of fun as possible. As fun as plastering can be. That takes me about 2 nights. So the video will probably come out, I don't know, Wednesday or Thursday is when it'll probably be ready to go. Omar action. I love brown bread toast. Kirk, what are you going to do to test how well I've adhered? Looking forward to the results. Should be interesting. Okay, so what I'm going to do is in here, somewhere in there, in that shelf at the back in there, I've got an axle stand. So I'm going to get the board like this, yeah? And I'm going to put an axle stand with 2 feet on here and the other foot off. So there's going to be an axle stand there, and the plaster's in the middle there, and I'm going to have a loop of mesh coming out the plaster, and then I'm going to put a jack on this side, and I'm going to put a bar across the top, and there's going to be a scale. I mean, this might get adjusted slightly. There's going to be a scale to measure the poundage, and I'm going to put a bar across from the axle stands to the jack, and we start jacking it up with the scale hooked under the scrim, and it's going to pull. I'm going to see the pressure. I'm going to film it and see at what point it rips the plaster off the board, and then we'll know how well it's adhered then, and we'll be able to record and see the poundage. That's the plan. Now, that sounds good in theory. Whether it's going to happen like that in real life, we'll just see, won't we? It may get adjusted, but that's ultimately how I'm planning on doing it. Mike R1, did you watch Fury? Do you know what? I don't really watch professional boxing. I like watching amateur boxing. Professional boxing gets a bit... it's not really my deal, to be honest with you, mate. Can you see the one pulling quicker? Yeah, I'm gonna sit with it. I'm gonna check it. Now, ultimately, I'm gonna just do a touch test. I haven't got a moisture meter that's gonna read the amount of moisture that's gonna be in wet plaster, because I was thinking about checking the suction rate of a moisture meter, which people pointed out, but it's going to be off the scale because it's soaking wet with the moisture reader that I've got. So, yeah, I'm going to just do a touch test and see if it's still workable. You know, sort of a plasterer's insight, knowing, yeah, that's definitely going in faster than that one. I'll just do it with my hand. I mean, I know that's not exact, but it's just the best I can do with what I've got. Jimmy might get you one of those snap action boards. Yeah, that'd be sound. Get me one of those, Jimmy. Send it me in the post. Put Jimmy's building services on it, right? And your stuff, and send it me, and I'll use it in my videos, Jimmy. We'll get you some free advertising done on YouTube, mate. Percy Plasters can drink the sea dry. Yeah, well, I'll have a good go. YouTuber man, plaster the ceiling. Tad the Roofer. Tad the Roofer, what's your personal predictions on the test? I don't know. Do you know what? I'm sort of hoping. I'm hoping that the SPR is going to be king, but it might not be. I mean, I've been recommending this. I'll still, whatever happens, I know that SPR, whatever poundage, I mean, ultimately, look, whichever one's the strongest is the strongest. I mean, but does it need to be the strongest to be able to use it? As long as it stays stuck, whether it can take, I don't know, whether it can take 25 kilograms before it pulls it out or 30 kilograms to pull it out, does it really matter? I mean, is it ever going to feel that force pulling on it? I mean, as long as it stays stuck to the ceiling, that's the main thing, isn't it? So, I mean, it doesn't, I don't know. I hope SPR wins. I've got a feeling SPR will win, but I've done a little test in the past myself, just on the wall with 2 little tabs of scrim and PVA and SPR 1. But we'll see. We'll see. This is going to be a bit more of a controlled environment, so we'll get to see the real difference. Percy, have you ever had when plaster a ceiling with distemper? Yes, mate. Stabilizing solution. Stabilizing solution, Percy. I know what you're talking about, mate. The old coating from years ago. Yeah, stabilize that. The chalky stuff, when you rub it, it leaves white dust on your hand. Put stabilizing solution on it. You can buy it from Screwfix. It's about 40 quid, or you can buy stuff off the internet. Get that stuff. That's the cheapest version I can find of it. That will stop. See, there's the chalky old dusty paint on the brickwork. That stops it, mate. Getting cramp in my back. If SPR doesn't win, there should be a giveaway. Don't start planting seeds, Michael. Like, talk about that. Where's me? There it is. Right, so I've got to start priming these boards up now, so give me a minute. Right, PVA manufacturer's spec. Maze, can you do me a favour, sweetheart? Can you go and get a measuring jug from the house, please? Or have we got? I don't think we've got an empty plastic bottle, have we? Oh, yeah, we have. This will do instead. I'll use this, love you, okay? Right, ladies, come and record this for us, sweetheart. What does the manufacturer of PVA say we should do? Step 1. Prime the clean surface with 1 part PVA to 3 to 6 parts water and allow this to dry. Step 2. Once primer is dry, apply bonding agent of 1 part PVA to 2 parts water. While the bonding coat is still tacky, apply the plaster. That's what will happen tomorrow, but we need to apply now. Like, you guys can help with this. You guys can help with this one. For the PVA, following the manufacturer's recommendations, it says, when I can see it, prime the clean surface with 1 part PVA to 3 to 6 parts water and allow this to dry. So we've got a selection that we can go with. For the primer coat of the PVA, we can either go with 3 to 6 parts water. So we can either go 1 little measure of PVA to 3 little measures of water, or 1 little measure of PVA to 4 or to 5 or to 6. What are we going with, boys? Do you want it weaker or stronger for the primer coat? Tell me what you think is going to be the fairest option.
We're running an hour and 10 minutes, you know.
Yeah, I'm not worried. It takes what it takes. Let's see what they say. Strong. Don't forget, Lee. No, it doesn't matter if it's drying quicker. I'm doing it tomorrow. This is the primer coat that's going on today. Yeah, I'm doing it, Jim. So this is the primer coat for the... Okay, let me explain. When you follow the directions on this, it says put a primer coat on first and let it dry, and then put a stronger coat on tomorrow when it's tacky to skim over it then. So that's what I'm going to do. The tacky one is going to go on tomorrow, but the primer one can be 1 part PVA to 3 parts water, or 1 part PVA up to 6 parts water. So I'm just saying to you guys, where do you want it to be for the primer, for the first coat of this? So we get 2 coats, a strong coat tomorrow, but for the first coat, where do you want it to be? This is going to dry this coat, and tomorrow's going to get a tacky coat. Tommy Tay, just go halfway and do it 3. I'd say you go 1 to 5 for the primer. Everyone's giving me mixed answers. 1 part PVA, 3 parts water. 6 to 1, is that to the max dilute? Wish it was dead specific. Tell you what, I'm going to go bang in the middle. I'm going to do 1 of these to 4 waters for the first coat of this, because I think the idea is it soaks right into the substrate. So we'll do 1 to 4, and then tomorrow's coat, when that goes on, is a 1 part PVA to 1 part water. It's 50-50 basically tomorrow. So yeah, okay. Everyone's saying 6. 6. 3 parts for... No, Juzzy. No, Juzzy. I'm following the instructions, mate. We've got to do what the instructions say for it to be fair. Everyone's giving me different answers. Right, I'll just leave me to my own devices. Okay, do you want to film this?
Where do we stand? There you go.
Okay. Just out there.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
You're going to get that in the back, yeah?
When switch on.
There, you went.
Switch on. You go there. I'll go here.
Ready?
Yeah. Okay, the first thing we want to test, we are going to get the test with there. I'll cut that. Okay, so we're going to get some test samples ready today, because some need 24 hours to cure or whatever. Now, PVA, if you follow the manufacturer's instructions, it wants you to do a very diluted coat first, And then once that's dry, to do a more concentrated mix. And once that's tacky, to skim over it. So we're going to get the first coat on today and give that a chance to dry. We're also going to do the blue grit, the PVA SBR cement, the SBR when it's completely sealed. We're going to get all these done today so that they're all ready to go tomorrow. And then tomorrow's ones that are still going to be tacky is going to be the PVA mixed 50-50 whilst that's still tacky, and the SBR after 20 minutes whilst that's still tacky. So that'll get done tomorrow. So for now, I'm going to mix the PVA very dilute. I'm going to do 4 parts water to 1 part PVA and get the first coat on. Okay, and we'll get this as well.
Where's your son?
Just down there.
Ready?
Yeah. And for the PVA, I've got a very technical measuring instrument, the bottom of a Lucozade bottle. So we're going to do 1 part PVA to 4 parts water. Oh, that's thick, that. Come in, zoom in, mate. Look how thick that is. In fact, I don't want too much of this, so let's put it there. Let's mark that off so we get them all exactly the same. So that the water is exactly the same, we're going to mark that off there. So we'll make sure we get the same amount. Put that in the tub. Right, I'll go and get the water.
Oh. Damn, why is it so cold in there?
There's no heating. That's the main reason. Someone needs to do these dishes.
They're yours.
Right. 1, 2, 3. A little bit more. 4.
Do you want me to film this?
Hey?
Do you want me to film this?
Plastic. Yeah. That's it. Sorry, I'm not splashing you in there. Okay, filming now. Okay, this is the first very dilute coat of PVA that needs to go on today, ready for tomorrow's thicker coat. Right, cut. You guys will be surprised how much I film, and then you won't see this in the final cut. Loads of stuff gets edited out, but you know, I've got to get enough content in there for me to be able to pick from to see what is going to be the best. Pink bow Birdio. Can I get an ooh yeah? Right, okay, film this. Okay, PVA manufacturer's spec. I'm going to lay these out on the floor. Now, I'm not being shy with this. I want to give it the fairest chance possible so it's getting blathered on. Okay.
Okay.
Right, that's that one done. Now, PVA and sand, that needs to be 50-50 PVA, and we have one of those to 4 water. So if I do another one of those, that's 2 to 4 water. So that's 50-50, and then we'll add some sand. Okay. So where's my little cup?
What's my message?
No, it's okay. Let me mix it up first. So that makes sense what I'm doing now. There's 1 of these to 4 water, which is done the primer coat. But now I want it 50-50 when we're going to add some building sand to it. So 2 of these, I know I've used a little bit, but 2 of these to water makes that 50-50. Then we'll add some handfuls of red sand for the PVA and sand. Yeah. This is more like the mix that I used to use. When I used to use PVA, this is what I used to use.
Wow.
Before I converted to SBR, this was the mixture I used to use all the time. 50-50. 1 coat, straight on, skim it. Sand. You guys can't see, but down here I've got all sorts. I've got flipping K-Rend, HP12, sand, bags of cement, flipping floor leveling compact. You name it, it's down here. I'll take film this, mate. Okay, so for the next sample, we are going to do a mixture of PVA and water, 50-50, with red building sand chucked in. That's how some plasterers like to use it, a bit of red sand. So we're going to try that and see how that comes out. So there's the PVA mixture there. That's 50-50 of water. And then put a handful of red in. Is that enough? Do we need more? Maybe put another handful in. We'll give it the best chance possible. There we go. So this is like what plasterers used to use as like a grit before there was such things as blue grit.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Now, I remember this from back in the day when my dad used to make this, and we had to keep stirring it all the time because the sand settles. So I'll give it the same treatment. And you can see the sand in that, can't you? You okay?
I'm freezing, Dad.
That'll be fast. Won't be long, won't it?
You said half an hour. It's been 2 hours.
I know, but you know what I'm like. Yeah, well, I want to give it it's got to be fair, hasn't it, you know? We'll blather it on a bit. What are you film that?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Right, so...
There you go, that one's had a good coat of PVA with sand. Voila. Voila. We'll leave that one to dry. Okay, that needs to go now.
What we're doing is recording you do these
Right.
4.
Let's get the blue grip one done. Let's put that brush with that. Let's get another brush. That's okay. Keep the water off that one. Right. Now, hey.
Shall we film?
Yeah, go on. Okay, so now we're going to do the blue grit sample because according to the instructions, where does it say it? Okay, so according to the instructions on blue grit, it says allow to dry thoroughly before applying plaster, usually 6 hours minimum. So this is going to have about 24 hours, so it'll be a good fair test. But with blue grit, you have to stir it up, so we're going to just get down in there, make sure we get all the grit to the surface. Now, some guys apply this to a roller because you want to make sure there's plenty of grit present. You can spread this quite thin and there not be enough grit. But again, I want this to be a really fair test, so I'm going to make sure that there's loads and loads of grit. If you see here, look, see I've brushed this section here and there's not much grit present there. Well, that's not how it's going to be. We're going to make sure there's plenty of grit in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
It smells like paint.
Hey?
It smells like paint.
Yeah. Right, do us a favour whilst I get this one ready. Go in there and take all the dishes out of my sink so I can wash the brush out. Because I need to be able to use this for another other stuff in a minute. What we reckon? We happy with that? Is that enough grit on? Absolutely cankered in it. Doodle doodle doo. Oh. Jelly Bean, sorry for asking how old is your daughter, mate? Too young for you, mate. She's 14, so don't make me feel sick. Had the roofer PVA with dye and sand, mate. I've already decided we've only got 8 pieces of board, so we've already done it. It's gonna have to be PVA and sand. Jelly Bean, all jokes, mate. I know. Hey, listen, mate, I'm good for the banter. I didn't think for 1 minute I was going to be able to bring my beautiful young daughter out without someone saying something, did I? So, I'm not naive. Omar. Andrew Howard, reluctant daughter syndrome, 30 minutes, you said. Been well over 2 hours. Not a happy girl. Yeah, to be honest with you, what's Maisie going to be doing? If she's not spending time with me, her old dad, what else can we be doing? In there, flipping, messing on Snapchat or whatever she is. She's better than here with me. This is what I have to do with my dad. All sorts of things I didn't want to flipping do. Cleaning the van out on a Friday and stuff when I want to be out with my mates. Like, let's do the PVA, SBR. Okay, we need to wash this out. We need to wash out these tubs. I haven't got enough tubs for everything, so let's leave that there. Let's go and stick this in the bin. Yeah, you go and chill. Right, guys. Okay, so I'm going to go for 2 minutes because I've got to go and get rid of this, and because we can't cross-contaminate things. So just give me 2 minutes, and I'll be back. Nearly back. 1 second. Give this a quick rinse. Just won't be a minute. Oh, by the way, fellas. B Gamble isn't cement board low suction. Right. Well, here's the thing. Every time I've had to skim over it, no, it's like a high suction. But either way, whether different cement boards are different, whether this is high suction or low suction, the thing is, it's all going to be consistently the same. So we're going to get a consistent, it's going to be a fair test across all the different products. Maybe the suction control test might not work as good, but the pull test is going to work anyway. That's the main thing. But looking at the rate in which this is drying in down here, I'd say it's quite high suction because it's pulling in quite quick. I'm looking at the ones that have already primed and they're drying in, so. Turn that back off in a minute, okay? Just give it a minute to just wash the PVA down. Right, that's had a rinse out now. What should we do next? Right, okay. Maisie, you want to go on a little mission for me? I've got a scuttle of SBR in the back of my van. Go in the back of my van. So stay there. It's okay. Don't worry. I was going to say Maisie. She's pulling her face. Kirk, have you used British Gypsum's magnetic plaster before? If so, how did you get on with it? Yeah, I have. Once. Won't use it. I'm not going to slag it off. It wasn't the nicest thing to trial up in the world, okay? And it's not magnetic either, by the way. It's magnets stick to it. It's like it's got little filings of metal in it. B Gamble, I think the cement one will win for strength. Yeah, it may have done. It may have done if the scrim was underneath the cement, but we're going to be putting it on top because we're testing how well it sticks to the cement, not how well it binds into it. So that might be a bit different. We'll see. Right, I'm just going to nip to my van outside because I need to go and get the scuttle of SBR just because we're low on buckets and I don't want to start. Yeah, 1 second. Oh, I was back. Flipping heck. Right, Maze. We'll do the SBR one sealed again.
Shoes.
Oh yeah, keep your shoes on, baby. It's dirty out here. Who else has this problem as well? When you get your roller out your tub, because I leave my roller submerged. I don't empty it out. I just leave this like this in the van. But the roller always fills up with SBR, so you've got to literally drain the flipping thing out every time. Okay, come on, dear.
Here.
Yeah. Go. Okay, so this is my personal mixture of SBR from the back of my van. Neat SBR. No specific brand, I'll use any brand, it doesn't really matter. And this is going to be the SBR that is sealed and left to dry. Give it a good coat. Now don't worry, these are all labelled up on the back so we know which is which. Now we need to do Blue Grit, PVA and SBR. We'll do them equal amounts. Where's my little tub come? There. That's there. Where's the little PVA? There we go.
Oh, the blue one.
You like the colours?
You ready?
Yeah. Go.
Alright, so.
Okay, for this one, we're going to use Blue Grit, PVA and SBR all mixed together. And we're going to make sure they're all equal parts by using my little special measuring tool here. There we go, that's up to the line. There's, one up to the line. That's that in. Some SBR. SBR. And now we need some PVA as well. Ugh, it's going everywhere. Let's see how this goes. It's not coming out fast enough. There we go. PVA. Look at the state of that. Let's put that out the way down there. Now, we'll mix all these together for a magic mix. So when I first started using SBR, this is how I've used it, because I didn't know if it would stick plaster by itself. And I wanted it to so you could see where you'd been. So this is the mix I first started off with. And I know a lot of fellas still do this. And we all seem to have come to it by our own sort of initiative. I only ended up using SBR because I didn't have any Blue Grit or PVA to mix with it one day. So I just gave it a chance and it worked. And I've been doing it ever since for the last 8 years or so. Right. Cut. Okay, go again. Yeah, go. So this is our Blue Grit, PVA and SBR, all equal parts, This is the sample board for that. Now the grit isn't going to be as gritty as what it was on the blue grit one because it's a less concentrated mix of it. But all the same, it's going to have a bit of grit in it as well.
I've got one more to do.
One more, that's it, yeah. Then you're free to go. Then you're free to go, my dear. Just give that a good coat. Okay, that's that. PVA, SBR and blue grit. Let's see how that one goes. I'm running out of floor space down here. Right, we've got one more to do, and that is PVA, SBR and cement. So we'll do that one. I'll get that one sorted out now. And then, oh, Craig's on. How you doing, son? So, guys, in the chat, Johnstone Plastering. That's my little brother. How you doing, our kid? Craig, what's happening is, just in case you've only just jumped on, we are filming. We're filming ourselves. This is going to be a little test, mate. We're doing a little test with primers, by the way, son. So I'm going to see which one's the best. Now, our kid likes PVA, and I like SBR. And Craig, going to find out who's the smartest brother here, and who's been using the right stuff all along. Probably you, mate. Oh, everyone's commenting where they're from. By the way, we're from Ellesmere Port, and the truck drivers call it the motion and the lotion. The motion and the lotion, that was their call signal. We're heading back to the motion and the lotion because in Ellesmere Port they used to make all the automobiles at Vauxhalls and all the different lotions at ICI and what have you. We've also got Unilever, which is just up the road, which makes the likes of all your Lynx shower gels and all that sort of stuff. So. Have you used the SBR Plus? What is the Plus for? I haven't, mate. I don't know what it's for. Right, we're going to put the last little special concoction together. Stuart Roberts' concoction. If any of you guys watch Trial Talk or subscribe to his channel or on his Facebook group, then you'll know who Stuart Roberts is. If you don't, then go and subscribe to him. Anyway, he's a sound bloke, Stu. When I first started my YouTube channel, he was all over it, helping me, giving me loads of bits of tips and advice. Good fella, good heart on him. So, give him a sub if you haven't already. I'm going to just rinse this out. What do you reckon? Do you think this would be safe to go down my sink? It's only blue grit.
No.
I can change the trap, don't worry. I know how to change the trap if it all clogs up. Just give me 1 minute whilst I wash this out.
Oh, is this paint?
Which sweetheart?
Yes.
Is it paint?
Yeah.
No, it's SBR. It's liquid rubber, basically.
Yeah.
Right?
Warm in here, isn't it?
Yeah. Right. By the way, are we all happy that this is a fair test as well? The reason I thought we'd film this is because if anyone says, "How do we know the tests were legit? How do you know? How do we know that you definitely did the right? You did what you said you did." We can just refer them to this, can't we? So, are you happy that I'm not blagging anything up to now? Right. PVA, SBR, and cement. Okay, let's go with that. Just give it a minute because I've got to get the stuff ready. Do you know what? I can't believe when I bought a tub of that to do this. This will probably be sitting here now until it sets because I hate the stuff. It flicks everywhere, it just makes a mess. Ugh. Right. PVA, SBR, and cement. Give us a second. I've got to wash that out as well. I need that. I knew there's a reason I put a sink in here. Okay.
Ready?
Film.
3, 2.
Okay. And for our last sample board, we are going to try PVA, SBR, and cement all mixed together. So we're going to do equal parts PVA and SBR. Again, using our little technical measuring cylinder. In fact, I'm not going to use that much. I'm going to go up to the first rim because I'm finding that washing this out, we're wasting loads, and it's all going to go down my sink. So we've gone up to the first rim there with PVA. Tip that in there. And then we'll go up to the first rim with SBR. There. Now, cement. Diddly. Right, cut him because I need to dig in here and get some cement out. It's buried. Oh, we are. There's some here. Take it back, take it back. Oh.
You ready? Three, 2.
Okay, and for the cement portion, I hope Stuart approves. We're going to use some Blue Circle Mastercrete cement. Hope that's good enough, Stu. Now, because we're only using a tiny little portion, I'm not going to put a lot in. I'll just put a little tiny handful in. Maybe a little bit more than that. Is that okay, Stu? Is that what you'd recommend? Let's see. We'll mix that up into a nice paste. Okay. Let's get it on. Look at that. Well, you can definitely see where you're going with this. You're not going to miss a bit, are you? Now, Stu said that this dries dead fast. And I think he's right because it seems to be pulling in already. a nice good coat. Right, are we happy with that? Nice, solid, good coat of that. Okay, next little shot.
You ready?
Yeah, let's do the ending for today's part.
I'm gonna wait for you first. There you go. Tell me when.
Go. Okay, guys, so that's it for the first part. All these samples need to all dry, ready for tomorrow. We've got SBR cured. We've got primer for the PVA's specification. We've got PVA mixed with water and sand. We've got blue grit mixed with PVA and SBR. We've got blue grit neat, and we've got PVA, SBR and cement. Tomorrow we'll have PVA 50-50 when it's still tacky, and SBR when it's still tacky, and we'll see you in 24 hours. Right, sweetheart, put the phone aside. Thanks for your help. You're a little angel.
Oh, I'm gonna go to bed.
You're going to go to bed? Do you think I can be bothered washing all this out, or do you think it's just going to go all in the bin? That's why we need the new lad here to clean all this off for me now.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
Can I use the car tomorrow and go for a meal with my friends?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
Okay.
Right, sweetheart. Cheers. What time is it? It's 10 o'clock now, so tell you when we'll be in half an hour.
Half an hour?
Yeah, I'm just going to put this back in the office, have a little chat to these guys, finish my beer, and then I'll be in.
Right, bye.
Right, sweetheart, love you.
Love you.
Thanks for helping me. Hey, thank you, I love you.
Your wages are coming soon, aren't they?
Yeah, wages. Do you hear this? The wages are coming soon, aren't they? That's what I have to put up with, man. They bleed me dry, a lot of them. Oh, Maisie, why don't you say goodnight to everyone before you go? Why don't you say goodnight to everyone before you went? She shouted good night. Right, boys, should we go sit down and have a beer for a minute? Let's unplug this. You should stay on now because I've got battery on the on this. Still got cement dust all over everything. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Right, give us a second. Let me get hold of the microphone. Come with me. Oh, in case you were wondering as well, there's all the samples down here. Okay, so you've seen them now. Oh, get off. Oh, flipping, actually got it like a flipping sauna in here. Eating on full belt. Let's plug that in. Just give us a minute, lads. All right, just 1 second. I'm just going to grab my beer and turn the light off. Just 1 sec. Right. Now, only because I get in trouble off my younger daughter if I don't do all this, because she got all this set up ready for me. Turn that on. Turn that off. Turn the heating off because it's flipping roasting. Turn that off. Right, 1 second. Wait there. Wait there. Oh, there's more light switches in this place than you'd flipping believe. Right, that's all that done. Flipping dust coming out of me. Right. Let's read some of the comments anyway. Flipping laptop is I didn't think about that. I didn't think about the laptop getting covered in dust off the cement board, but anyway. B Gamble, have you ever had a nightmare job and the skin gone off on you? Mate, I've been doing this since I was I've been plastering since I was 11. Let me just fix my hair. There you go, beautiful. I've been plastering since I was 11. I've been full-time since I was 15 years of age, mate. I've been skimming literally every day of my life since I was 15. I've had everything happen to me. There's nothing that hasn't happened to me, I don't think. Ash, have you got any videos come out this week? Yes, Ash, what's just been happening, mate, is you've just been watching the preparation for the video that I'm going to put together now. A little behind the scenes. And actually, the bit I've just filmed, well, you've seen how long that's took. And that's literally just me preparing the boards. I've got to prepare more tomorrow and plaster them and film all the testing. So you can imagine if there's going to be about 8 hours of worth of filming that goes into it. And then I've got to cut it down basically to about a 20-minute video so that it's watchable for the majority of people, because you guys on here sound, but most people have got the attention span of a goldfish. So there's no point me making videos hours long, because it just won't get the views on YouTube. People just aren't patient enough. Omar, about as fair as you can do it. Kirk should be a good test. I know how else you could do it. Yeah, I'm thinking that's about as good as I can do it, to be honest with you as well. Guys, tell me as well. I've got this microphone jacked right up to the hilt because I wanted you to be able to hear me. Is it too loud now? Do I need to turn this down? Is it like flipping bashing through your speakers or what? Is the editing part hard to do? Look, the editing ultimately is what I've found is if I don't edit the videos at all, they're a bit painful to watch for you guys. So I have to cut loads out, but still keep the main thread of the video so you understand what's going on. So that takes time, because I have to watch everything maybe once or twice and cut out the bits that we don't need. And then when I sort of add text, I have to watch it all again and add text at the right bits. And then, I have like B-roll and pictures that I add in to sort of like come into the screen just to build context. And then I add a bit of music. I mean, it's not hard to do. It's just time consuming, really. And as well, I've had to learn how to do it, which that's difficult, learning how to use a computer. I mean, it's not, for me, I'm a bit illiterate with computers, so that's took a bit of getting used to, but it's not hard to do. It just takes time, mate. Right, I'll tell you what, let's just go through a few of the questions, a few of the comments. Tad the Roofer, I think we should have a skim off between the Johnstone brothers, see who's better. Our Craig has got a very keen eye for detail. I'll give him that. Here's the thing, right? Whenever anyone ever talks about plastering, there's a thing in there with plasterers. We all want to be the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. And all this caper, right? I'm confident that I'm good at what I do, right? I don't care about being the best. I want to be the highest paid. That's what I aspire to be. The greediest one, not the best one. So, I'm just being honest with you. I couldn't give a flipping toss who's the best. Just want loads of money. Right, Arcade Johnstone plastering. How will you test the bond? So what I'm going to do, Craig, I'm gonna bed some mesh into the plaster. I'm going to put the plaster on, bed mesh into it, and then have a little stand with a little bar across to a car jack, and off the bar I'm going to hang a little I haven't brought it, it's in the house. I ordered it off Amazon. A little scale that I'm going to hook onto the scrim, and then I'm going to jack the bar up, and I'm going to test the poundage or the kilogrammage, or however you say that, until it rips the scrim out. Now the scales go up to 50 kilograms, so I'm hoping that the scrim rips out before 50 kilograms. If it doesn't, we'll have to wait another day, because I'll have to order some heavier duty scales. But I think 50k will rip out of any skim, I think. So we'll just see. But that's how I'm going to do it, mate. Dylan Vivian, Kirk, you're an absolute legend. Thank you so much for all your amazing content. Honestly, such a natural YouTube. Oh, where's it gone? Honestly, such a natural at YouTube and teaching your trade. Thank you for all your hard work, Master Plasterer. Cheers, Dylan. That's a very nice comment, mate. I appreciate it. The loyal commitment. Wow. That is why he's so liked. He loves to help. Your brother is a top man. Cheers, Dean Loyal. John Allman, no, it's fine. Okay, I know what you're talking about, John, the volume, so we'll leave that where it is. Danny Rimmer, any advice for somebody trying to get in the trade? I've got an MVQ2 in plastering. Is that any good for a fellow plasterer? Yes. Yes, there's loads of fantastic plasterers I know that haven't got any qualifications. What you need is on-site experience, mate. So if my advice for you, if you're trying to get into the trade, go and get your CSCS card. Okay, go and get your CSCS card so you can get a building site. Hard hats, high vis, and hard hat. Hard hat, steel toe cap boots, and a high vis. Go to a building site. Go and find the plasterers and offer to work for. And this sounds like bizarre information. Trust me. Turn up to the job. Don't phone them. Don't text them. Turn up. Okay, and say I will work for you for free to see if I'm any good, and if I'm good, can I jump in with you? The fact that you turn up, I mean, it just speaks volumes. It shows you're keen. I mean, you might have to meet them on the car park or whatever. I mean, this isn't like the legit way, but I'm just saying if you did this, you'll get a start. I know if I was on site and someone turned up and said, "Look, I've come to see the plasterers. I want a job. I'll work for free to show you that I'm a good worker." Then someone's gonna give you the start. I mean, there's gonna be loads of people say this is the wrong way about it, but trust me, if someone emails me, goes down the legit route and says, "I've got qualifications, I'll send you a CV," I don't care. I'm not interested. Most plasterers are already set up and they've already got people working for them. They're not usually actively looking for someone. But if someone's there and they're offering to help for free to show you, then you can sort of like, okay, well, come on then, let's see what you can do. But otherwise, I'm like, we're okay, thanks. We're all right, thanks. We're not looking for anyone. So I'm just saying that would definitely work if you wanted to get a foot in the door. Now, the reason I'm saying go and do sites first, because it's very difficult. It's even more difficult to get a start of a domestic plasterer because that guy really will have his ship sewn up. And it's hard for you it's more difficult to learn in someone's house than what it is on site. Because when you're in someone's home, like the young lad that started with me now, I can't just let him loose in everyone's house. There's going to be certain situations when I've a bit of an easier day and I can stand behind him and help him. But on site, I can chuck him under the stairs. He can go in the cupboards. He can go in the shower walls that are going to get tiled. There's loads of opportunities. Every house seems to be skimming. So you'll learn a lot quicker on site than in someone's house. But that said, once you've learned, I think everyone should go and do domestic then. Once you've served your site for practicing and learning and getting up to speed, and then go and do domestic and get loads of money. Right, where are we up to here? Right, sounds good, okay. Omar, when he skims, going to leave a loop of scrim hanging out. Yeah, Omar knows the script. PDC Darts Daily. Hi, Kirk. I work for a damp proofing company, and on the odd occasion, we get told to skim onto Limelight in the same day. And when I start skimming the multi around 2 hours later, it just sucks in too quick. It's a nightmare because sometimes you don't get the thickness for the board when you take the plaster back. Yeah, I know, mate. I know. Peter Hay. You're right, Kurt. Don't be the best, be the best earner. I'm trying, mate. Do you know what clips your Achilles tendon though? The tax come after you, don't they? Flipping it, the more you earn, that's it. The more you got to pay at the end of the year. Makes me ill. I tell you. Makes me physically sick when the bean counters get hold of me. The accountant's on the case. Get your bank statements round here, and flipping cash is just dying off, isn't it? I mean, I'm not implying that you would not pay the tax on cash, but if you know, don't you? But it's no one pays cash. Nobody carries cash anymore. It's gone. Everything's in the flipping bank. So, do you know what? As well, if you know about me, if you've seen from past videos, I had a run-in with the tax. I got investigated, and I got a good spanking off them. So now I just play everything legit because it's just not worth the hassle. 37 grand is a hard pill to swallow. So it still bothers me to this day. Brings a tear to my little eyes. Hmm. John Almond just turning up worked for me in the early 80s. Yeah, I'm telling you now. If I was on site now and someone phoned me, I'd be like, listen, mate, I'm busy. If someone texts me, I probably ignored it. If I got an email, I don't even read them. This is probably how most site plasterers are. If you turn up though and you've got the gear and you're allowed on the site because you've got the CSCS card, speak to speak to 3 gangs of plasterers and offer to work for free for the day to show them how good you are. I guarantee you will have a job if you speak to 3 gangs of plasterers. One of them will take you on, I guarantee it. And if they don't, come to me. I mean, I'll take you on. If you go and do that and you don't get a job, I'll take you on just to prove a point. Hi Kirk. Johnny H. Hi Kirk, and to see the results, use SBR instead of PVA. Now hope it comes out on top. So do I, mate. We'll see. We'll see. I might have to eat me hats because I've been recommending it for ages. Ash, Kurt, do you use the same trowel when plastering a room, or do you use a different trowel for each layer, sort of thing? No, I'm a big fan of just using the same trowel for everything. So my trowel that I use for first coating, second coating, all the trowel up and the polishing, I use the same trowel, and that's the same trowel that I then take outside and start whacking render on the wall with. That said, I've probably got about 20 different trowels to hand that are all broke in, ready to go. But I only ever use the same one for the whole process. I don't start switching out using different trowels. I know I have done in the past, but I don't see any benefit in it, so I don't bother. I find some guys like to lay it on with a bigger trowel and flatten with a smaller one, or vice versa. I sort of find that I'm using the same trowel, it becomes like an extension of my body. I don't have to. I can literally close my eyes and go into angles without digging. I can't. But do you know what I'm trying to say? Sort of, I know the dimensions of the trowel, so I don't dig in when I'm using it. So I use the same trowel just because I know it. Then. Um, Omar, how's the apprentice trials going? Found any potential winners yet? Yes, I've had a lad in for 2 days. He's looking promising, but we'll see how he gets on. He sort of knows he's still on a probation period, but he's looking very well, to be fair. A little bit talky, a little bit chatty, which is fine, but sometimes it's a sign that they're overconfident. But we'll just see. We'll see how he gets on. Danny Rimmer, yes, need the experience, taught the same. Appreciated, thank you. Spot on. Anthony, 1984. Yeah, mate, we aren't looking for awards for plastering. Most of us know what we're doing, just want to get paid for what we offer. That's it. It's all about. The only reason I go to work is for that money. Time for the chill out for you. Perfect. Peter, hey, hi Kirk. Any chance you could lend me 20 grand for me tax bill? Yeah. So Peter probably knows the story. I actually messaged my mate and asked him to borrow me 20k for the tax bill. And his reply was, I hadn't spoken to him for about 6 months. How was this for the mate? You got a mate like this. This is how you know you've got a solid mate. I hadn't spoken to the man for about 6 months. When you're paying the tax, you can't just start plucking money out of thin air. It needs to have source that it's come from that you can show, because otherwise, you can get yourself in more bother. So it just so happens I owed 37 and I was 20 short. So I messaged my mate and said, could you basically, lend me 20k, thinking that he was going to send little laughy faces back, and we were going to meet up at the pub, and I was going to tell him what was going on, and we would come up with a plan of how I could get 20k legitimately, via a personal loan or a remortgage or whatever, to get another 20k to pay the tax. So I just messaged him, couldn't borrow me 20k, could you, mate? The man texted me back and said, send me your sort code and account number, Kirk, and the date you pay me back. So I phoned him up and said, Lee, sound, I was only messing, mate. He said, no. He said, I know you wouldn't ask if you didn't need it, Kirk. He said, and I know I can trust you with my life. He said, so I'll send it over. So the thing is, we've known each other for a long time. He knows me. He knows what I'm about. And he knows that I would literally sell myself down the docks if I had to get him his money back. So he was good for it. But what a mate, eh? How many fellas would just stump you 20 grand off a text message? It was funny, actually. It was funny because of all this going on with the tax, I was a bit stressed at the time. I said to the missus, we need to get away. We need to just get out of it. We'll pay this, but we need to just go have a little break, just chill out for a bit. So we were actually booked to go on holiday. So the day he transferred me the money anyway, I was going on holiday. So he sent me the money and he sent me a little text saying 20k in your account. And I sent him a little picture of me boarding a plane with my missus and kids. Shouldn't joke like that, really, should you? But it was quite funny at the time. Peter, hey, just kidding. Hate paying myself. Pete, I don't know anybody that likes paying the tax. I don't know anybody. And you know what? HMRC probably watched some of my videos. So if anybody from HMRC is watching this, just know this. I hate you. I hate you very much. Rich, when you're working on your own, no labour, do you mix up enough to cover the whole area you've chosen? Or do you stick to mixing one bag at a time, even if it doesn't cover the whole area? Yeah, Rich, that's my system, mate. That's how I do it. I don't, some fellas like to knock up 3 or 4 bags at a time. I don't. I literally, the way I work is I want fresh stuff all the time. So I'll mix a bucket, and I just go as I go. One bucket at a time. That's how I like to do it. Unless if I've got a couple of spreads in with me, 2 of us, then we'll mix 2 or 3 bags up at once. If not, if I'm the only one putting on, then 1 bag at a time. Just stays wet then, Tad the Roofer. Anyone ever told you remind them of Brian Shaw, but are very similar personalities, both good, genuine guys, and just want to give people genuine advice? Cheers, mate. I don't even know who Brian Shaw is, but I take it that he's a decent bloke anyway, so thank you. Be loyal. That what Kirk had to do, borrow 20 grand to pay off. Remember him saying, yes, if a nightmare. Jason Tumbleson, do you use flexible trowels? No, mate, stay away from flexies. Trust me, stay away from flexies. The only people that I think should use flexi trowels, I mean, I don't know whereabouts you're at in the game, Jason. You probably are a plasterer, but in my opinion, the only people that should use flexible trowels are plasterers that know the game inside out. I don't see any benefit to them. I genuinely don't see a benefit to them. People say they're easier on your wrist, but know this: if they're easier on your wrist and you're not pressing as hard, it's because you're not getting the plaster flat. Yes, the surface of it all looks uniform because the trowel will flex in and go over all the bumps, whereas my carbon steel will show deviations in the plaster. So I have to press harder, so it's harder on the wrist. Hope that makes sense. I've been over this loads of times, so there's fellas on here that are watching this that are sick of hearing me talk about it. But I've done a video on it. There's a video in my videos about it. Flexi trowels, mate. They're not worth the hassle. I used to use one as well. I learned the hard way. Swerve them. Calvin Jones. Missed it. Will catch up tomorrow. You need to start wearing a dust mask. I had one on before. Ash, that must have been stressful. 37 big ones. It's bad enough to have to pay a speeding ticket off. Had a few of them as well. Yeah, it was a little bit stressful, mate, if I'm honest with you. 37 large didn't make me feel very happy. It's only money. We just go and get more, don't we? We just go and get big bags of pink dust, spread it around, and make loads of money. So just go and get more. Stephen Watson, do you think taxation might be theft? Just saying. I 100% think it's theft. Yes, of course it is. Why is it right that some little ponce can just extract money from me? You know, but this is the thing when you've this is how they get you, right? Because you're playing a part in their system, aren't you? I've got a house with children and a wife and all that, so I can be taxed because they can come round and evict me out my house and all the rest of it, right? If I wasn't married with kids, it was just me living in. I wouldn't have a house. I'd just live in a bedsit. How do you think I'd pay tax then? How are they going to get it off me? What are they going to do? Evict me from my bedsit? There's nothing. To send bailiffs round. Whoosh. You wouldn't be able to tax me. But when you play part in their system and you try and be a legit person, you know, with a pension and savings and a house and children and doing everything legit, you have to pay it, don't you? This is why. Travellers have got it stitched up. What are they going to do? Evict them from the caravan? You know, send the police round. They just laugh at them, don't they? So, oh, anyway, don't even get me started on that. Don't even get me started. It's actually trying to stay cheerful. Get me down. uh, um, ba, ba, ba. Marshalltown all the way will never change. I'm with your PW. Tap the roof of Brian Shaw's the 4 times world's strongest man. Okay. Not much of a comparison with me then, mate. Probably the B Gamble Flex trials only good for the polish. Yeah, some fellas like using them for polish. I just think by the time I've gone and got the flexible trial to polish with, I could have just polished it with me trial that I've got in my hands. So that's just my opinion, you know. And look, the good thing is we all have our own ways. So hear me out. I'm not saying that my way is the best. If you've got your way of plastering and you want to use flexible trials and all that sort of cape and do all the different things, great. I'm not I'm not trying to claim that what I do is the absolute best. If we all did exactly the same thing, exactly the same process, I wouldn't even be able to have you guys watch a YouTube channel because what would we be able to show? You'd just see exactly the same as what you're all doing yourselves. So, boom, boom, boom. 928 DAVEHD. Do you think it's possible to train as a plasterer around a full-time job as a change of career? Cheers. Anything's possible, mate. Anything's possible. I've seen lads train to become plasterers and pick the game up within 2 or 3 years and they're flying. And I've seen lads that have been doing the job 15 years and they're still like second year apprentices. All depends on you. How fast you learn, how fast you adapt, absorb things. I mean, try it. Try it. If after a year you ain't getting anywhere, then you know the answer for you, mate. But there's only one way to try. Ultimately, I know it's possible because I learned to plaster myself on weekends and school holidays because my dad used to take me working weekends and school holidays when I was 11 when I started high school. That was the end of my weekends playing out with my mates. We worked. So that's how I learned. So when I come to 15, when I left school, youngest in the year, left school at 15, I was on the trial then full time and I could already do the job. So I know it's possible, but I didn't get up to speed until I sort of was doing it every day, you know. So you can get so far, I'd say, but and I got a lot quicker once I was doing it full time, you know. I sort of went from using a bag of mix to 3.5 bags a mix within like, the space of a year, then, you know. Ba, ba, ba. David Harden, I'm back. Could you tell me, fresh paint 4 weeks ago, not happy, could I SPR and replaster? Yes. Yeah, SPR and reskim it. It's not a problem. Ash, quality. I'm assuming we're talking about the tax. Matha, funky. Do penguins have knees? Wrong channel, mate. Wrong channel. It's too late in the night for people like you. B Gamble, what does your missus work as? Oh, so my missus, right? I'll tell you now. I'll tell you a few little things. Wait there. Wait, let me go and get more beers. I've run out. I've only one can. You've witnessed this. Same can all night. I brought 4 in though. They're down here. So just one second. Let me go and get a beer, and we'll talk. I'll tell you about my missus. What she works as. Right. I don't know why I bought these. Just I like variety is the spice of life. I get fed up of having the same beer, so I always get different beers. So tonight we're on the Tyskees, second can of the night. Right, my missus, when I first met her, when I first met my missus, it was all Craig's fault, actually, my brother. He's probably not even watching now. He's probably signed off for the night. But it was his fault, actually. So years and years ago, when I was 17 years old, we went to one pub for an 18th party. I'm 17. He would have been about 15, 16. There's 18 months between us. We're at a party at one boozer, 18th. We've left there and we're walking home and we've got our girlfriends with us. So we're strolling back with our girlfriends and we walked past another pub. And my brother and me decided we should get a carry out of beer on our way. Now, the pub that we were passing was where my mum and dad drank. Well, my mum used to watch me whilst my dad drank. She was like his spectator to watch him drinking as much as he could. So we're gone past this and we're going to get a carry out. Now, the girls carried on walking and we went in. We went in to buy the beer. So we got the beer, we got all the bottles of Budweiser, and I thought he was paying and he thought I was paying. So he didn't have any cash on him. My wallet and everything was in my girlfriend's handbag and she's walking down the street. So I've stepped out the door, said, Amy, I need my wallet. So Amy was a little midget, right? So she's coming back. She's taking forever to walk back. You know, her legs are only that long. So I've stepped out the door and skipped down. This isn't my missus, by the way. This was before my missus. So I've gone outside and I'm like, come on. So got my wallet off her. And as I've got it, my brother has stepped out of the door to see where I'm going. And as he's stepped out, the pub's just recently been took over by a new manager. And the manager's dad has come down. So they're not from Ellesmere Port. They've come down from wherever they've come from. And the manager's dad's drinking in the pub with his mates that he's brought down with him. So all they've seen, to be fair to them, all they've seen is 2 lads come in, get some beers, and go outside the pub. And the barmaid basically said, "Has they paid?" And like, no, but he's seen us both go outside. Now I'm coming back to the pub with my wallet now. I've got the money. And our kid has just stood outside the front door. He's literally that far from the front door. And the manager's dad, about midnight, in his infinite wisdom, don't forget our Craig's 15 at the time. We shouldn't even have been in the pub really. But you know, that joking aside, punches our Craig in the side of the head. Because he thought we were robbing the pub, not knowing that my mum and dad are locals and every single person in that pub, everybody in there knows us. Like, it's like a family of people. It's a local pub, you know. So he's just cracked our Craig. So then it all kicks off outside, as you can imagine. I mean, what do you think happened then? You know, his mates have come out. There's me and my brother. Anyway, it all erupts outside the pub. There's bottles getting thrown. You can imagine, can't you? It went absolutely nuts. And what happened then was the dad and his mates ran back into the pub and shut the doors. Now the doors are little tiny doors, only about about so wide. They're like a foot and a half wide each door. You know, they're only little doors, and they've ran back and shut the doors and put the bars on. You know, to stop us getting in. But what had happened was, me little brother, our Craig, little rascal, he's ran and tried to push through the doors, and his fingers have slipped into the hinge of the door, and they've shut it, and his fingers like it gone like a zigzag shape in the hinge, and they put the bar on, and I'm kicking hell out the door. His hand, you know, booting the door, trying to break it to get his hand out. And the more I'm kicking it, the more they're thinking I'm trying to get in. So they're battening the hatches down, you know, batten down the hatches and all that, keep it inside. Anyway, long story short, as this is happening, don't forget the pub up the road where we've been to the party, that's all emptying out. So all of our mates, hundreds of 18-year-olds are coming down the road, and all they can see is me taking running kicks at this door, trying to get my brother's hand out the hinge. All they seen was me kicking the door. So I didn't encourage it, but they all joined in. So you can imagine, can't you? All the windows went through, and there was my mum's mates were shouting out the windows, "Kirk, we're phoning the police!" And you can, yeah, it went absolutely Pete Tong. The place got trashed. And my mum and dad turned up. They were phoning my mum and dad. They come up. The police turned up and everything. And so I'll cut the story short now. We got barred. We got put on this thing called Pub Watch, where you're barred from one pub, you're barred from everywhere. Me and my brother were barred from every single pub in Ellesmere Port. And the only pub that would let us in was a pub called The Knot in Ellesmere Port, which was like a rough boozer. Anyway, this is where I was getting to. Drinking in The Knot. That's the only place that will let me in. And just turning 18, and there was a barmaid in there. She had like big boobs, blonde hair, little weight. She was gorgeous. Now, I just recently I'm on this pub watch. I've been on it for a few months now. My ex-girlfriend, we split up and what have you. So I'm in this pub and this barmaid's gorgeous. And I thought, you know what? I fancy the pants off her. And I had a little bet. With my mate who drank in there, you know. Bet yeah, I can sort of take her, don't you? You know, right? Little wager. I married her. it's my wife. So I didn't win the bet. I had to date her for 6 months, what have you. Anyway, by then I fell in love and yeah, so I married her. So what does my missus do for work? Well, when I first met her, about 19 years ago, she was a barmaid, and she was a barmaid then for about a year, whilst we were, courting. And what was happening was, because she was a barmaid and I was working on site at the time, I was on price on site. She was finishing work at like 11, 12 o'clock at night, cleaning up for an hour. And by the time we were getting home, because she didn't drive, I couldn't stay at her house while she was working. We'd only been together for like a year. And then the thought of her having to walk home or pay for a taxi, which was most of what she had earned to get home. So I used to end up just sitting at the end of the bar drinking Cokes, or I'd have a few beers and she'd drive my van. Oh, yeah, it was just. So I was staying out late every night to sort of get her back with me. And then I was having to sleep in the morning because I couldn't get up at like 5:30 to go to work. So I said to her, look, you pack your job in there and I'll keep you. Like, you're earning peanuts bar work. I'll give you what you're missing out there, and you just stay in and be a housewife. She quit her job within about 3 seconds, and that was it. So then she doesn't work then. So then she's just a full-time housewife, and she was just a housewife for years and years. But she's always loved horses. She had a horse when I met her, and then since then she's got a collection of horses. We've got daughters, and they've all got. Yeah. Anyway, I've got a lot of horses, is what I'm trying to say. With the daughters and the wife, they've collected more of them. So then I said to her a while back, she was going to go into doing caring, because she wanted a job she could go and do. She got a bit of fulfillment. She helped an old lady, wanted to be looked after. She was dying of a terminal illness, and she specifically asked if my wife would go and care for her. She was a very good, very, very close friend of my wife's. So my missus went and cared for her, and she said it really helped her. She really found fulfillment in it, and and it helped with the grieving, the fact that I knew that I'd really made a difference when she needed me. She said, I find it really rewarding. So she wanted to go and do that as a job. So she wanted to go into care work. And she went along. Long story short, she in the training, she discovered that care work wasn't gonna work for her. Give you a few little examples. If the building's on fire, leave the old person in the room, put a towel at the door, and you go outside and phone the fire brigade. My missus is like, no, if the building's on fire, I'm carrying them out. No, no, you're not allowed to do that. You know, we can be sued and all the rest of it. The other thing, if an old person goes to fall, you stand out the way and let them fall. And my missus is like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to catch them on. I'm going to stop them from falling. No, you're not allowed, because if you mark them and then they forget that they fell and you've marked their arm, then we can get sued. And you've got to stand back and let them. You can hurt yourself. You can hurt. And my missus is like, nah. So I said to her, look, you don't need the money. You're not doing it for the money. You're doing it for the right reasons. So just say you don't agree with it. So she packed. She didn't go down that route. So what she does do now, is because we've got the horses, she loves kids. My missus, I mean, we've got 4 kids. She loves kids. She loves horses. So now we've got it all sort of set up with insurances and licenses, and she does pony parties. So my missus will come to your kid's birthday party or nativity event or your school or whatever. She turns up with 2 or 3 ponies. My daughter helps, not Maisie, the oldest daughter. She's 20. You haven't seen her. And they come and do pony parties, and they'll give you kids rides up and down the street or up and down the garden or whatever with one pony, whilst the rest of the party pamper the other pony, you know, brush its mane and feed it carrots and all that sort of caper. So that's what she does do for work, but it's not work as such. You know, it doesn't. By the time you pay for the insurance, which is extortionate, she basically breaks even, but she enjoys doing it. That said, I've now got me 1-year-old son, so that's had to be knocked in the head, because she can't leave him to go to work, and she can't take a 1-year-old doing that with her. So whilst the baby's here, that whole pony party business is just on ice. They're not doing none of it. So yeah, that's it. So that's what my missus does for work, mate. Long answer to a short question. I'm sorry, but I thought I'll just let you know anyway. Right. Let's see. Tell you what, let's just skip a load of comments and go to the bottom. Yes, Kirk. How did the trial go on? Was he up nice and early? Yeah, he turns up. The lad turns up early every morning up to now. He's always quarter of an hour early, so that's a good sign. And he comes to my house as well. I said to this lad, I'm not picking lads up no more. So I just don't do it. I've spent probably, if you added up all the time, I've probably spent months sat outside lads' houses waiting for them to get dressed, to find the boots, to get the packed lunch, to get the cup of coffee made, to waiting for clothes to dry and get out of bed. Now, come to my house. You come to me. Make sure you're here before 8 o'clock. If you're not here at 8, then I'm gone. And so he comes to me in the morning. Ash, I'm a painter and decorator, and when I paint houses that have just been plastered, they always leave PVA all over the walls, and it all shows when I paint over it. There's a heart in the way. I can't see what it says. All these messy plasterers. Yeah, just PVA everything first, and then skim everything afterwards, and then there's no splashing PVA around. Stain block probably help, but you know that anyway, don't you, mate? But Paris Hirats. Paris Hirats, hello, I come from Indonesia. Can you speak Indonesian? Yes, mate, of course I can. Give me a minute. Let me have 6 more of these and I'll talk any language you want. D, hey Kirk. You make it look easy. Done it when I left school 25 years ago, and if there was muck in a bucket, you weren't fast enough. Yes. Oh, where's our Craig commenting zigzag fingers there? Yes. They're okay now. So, hey, Craig, they're all right now, mate, aren't they? His little digits are back to normal again. um, Mark Lawrence dabbing over blue grit. Yes, no, I do, mate. I'll use that blue grit probably on steel. If I've got a dab steel, I'll use it on there. That's the only thing I really use it for. Or pre-grit, you know. I'll always grit steel, but I always put the adhesive so it hooks around the side of this. Imagine there's an I-beam. Oh, I'm not doing a very good. I don't even know what that is. Imagine the bottom of the beam, I'll lip the adhesive so it curls over as well. And when the board's stuck to it, I'll then put a blob of adhesive on top of the beam and smear it off onto the edge of the board. You can't really, I can't. You get the gist of it, don't you? So that the adhesive's hooked around the beam. PK Property Solutions, congratulations on the 16k subscribers. You've done a lot in a little time. Yes, cheers, mate. Ultimately, mate, you know, it's good. I mean, I'm not saying like, you know, I'm not bothered. I am. I'm happy that you guys like me. It's nice to be liked, isn't it? You know. But ultimately, I sort of make these videos for my son. But I do enjoy having a little chat with you guys as well. But for me, it's not all about. I'm not like in a competition of how many subscribers I can get. I tell you what's great. If I can get hundreds of thousands of views on my videos, I mean, make a few quid. But I tell you what I like. Sort of the little connections that you make on here. I mean, a lot of you guys in the comments, I've been getting to know. You know, some of us talk on the phone and that. It's like a whole new little opportunity for me to meet a lot of people that I've never really ever speak to, and you never know where things lead to. You know, you sort of you get chatting to someone, and next minute you're in Switzerland. So, which happened. There's a video on it, so it is quite interesting how it all works out. Mark Kitchen, evening Kirk, how are you, mate? Do you know what? Talking about that, it's 20 to 11, isn't it? I'm in tomorrow. I'm grafting tomorrow, lads. So I'm gonna have to rein it in the next hour at least. Anyway, I've got to. I want to be in bed for midnight. And now I'm covered in flipping cement board dust. So, Johnny H, if you dab plasterboard on brick and block, how would you control the suction? Don't worry about it, mate. The drywall adhesive is fine on high suction backgrounds, so don't panic about it. It'll be all right. There is primers that you can put on if you wanted to, but you can literally you can dab plasterboard onto high suction backgrounds, mate. It's fine. Tony C. Kirk, do you do any Venetian plastering? Oh, we're there. Sorry, before we go on to Tony's comment, Johnny, just so you know as well, Johnny, Thermalite block, a very high suction. Anyone that's put sand and cement on Thermalites will know it sucks very fast. I remember when we on site for Redrow years ago, there was some Thermalite blocks, and for some reason, whoever had dabbed the wall hadn't done a very good job. It was all over the place, and they wanted the wall taken off. Now, I didn't personally take it off, but another gang that I knew, they were gone in and they were chopping it all back off again to fix it for the site agent. And the adhesive had stuck that well to the Thermalite block that it was ripping the block off. So the dabs were coming off with Thermalite attached to it. You know, they were literally ripping the Thermalite blocks to bits trying to get the dabs off. So Thermalite's a super high suction, and the adhesive sticks extremely well to them. So I wouldn't worry about it too much, pal. Now, Tony Kirk, do you do any Venetian plastering jobs or micro cement jobs? Tony, no, never ever get asked for it, mate. Literally once in 10 years, if someone asked for it. I bought all the stuff. I did it in my house. I thought it looked great. The missus thought it looked cheap and tacky, so we skimmed over it. But no, I don't, mate. But I have done it. Brett, Budweiser. Do you like that? Yeah, I quite. At the time, I was drinking Budweiser all the time, and I thought I'll get that. You know, that's actually a little door that because I've got a little toilet in there. You see, but see where the couch is. When I built this little office, I didn't. the measurements. I was a bit tight for space, and I wanted to put a loo in there, but then the door won't open if I put a couch there, and I wanted a couch as well. There's a nice little 2-seater, comfy little couch there for me, and I couldn't have a door on that with a couch, so we got a curtain. Where got to Ash? Did you have a good time in Switzerland? Bet you never seen that coming. Yeah, Switzerland was great, mate, and the customers were fantastic. The fella, Kieran, top bloke, he flew us out there. He paid for the flights, he flew us out there. He put us up. His missus actually worked for Swiss Airways, and she only dealt with first class. So her whole job is hospitality. So you can imagine how well we were treated. We sort of, me and young Kieran at the time, he treated us like royalty, mate. She couldn't have done anything more to be, breakfast, dinner, tea, snacks. They were just amazing. And we did the job for them. They were made up. They shipped all the plaster out and everything. Like literally, they organised everything. We were talking on the phone. There was loads of conversations, but they got all English plaster shipped out there. Then they flew us out there, picked us up from the airport, did a job, fed us, watered us, took us out round Zurich. We were on the Gold Coast in Switzerland. Tina Turner lived round the corner. Well, she used to because she's popped the clogs now, but she lived round the corner from where we were working. And then the flew us back again. Absolutely fantastic, mate. We had a great time. Peter Hay, it's going to be difficult to get a replacement lad. Not everybody's got the same work ethic, especially the young ones. Fortunately, Pete, the lad I've got now that started seems promising, so I'll update you and let you know how he's getting on. Steve Thomas, ever thought of doing like a meet-up, a few lads? Can I have a beer with you? Do you know what we should do, shouldn't we? Thing is, though, sort of so there's a lad that I met on here, Danny Arbuckle, right? He's flipping top quality. Danny Arbuckle is like my flipping best mate now. And anyway, I did a thing ages ago where you could sort of like have me for the day, I'd come and do some plastering with you, or you could come to me or whatever. Anyway, so Danny wants to come up with me. So he comes up to where we're working, and it just so happens that it lashes down, so we can't do the job. So me and Danny, who come for like a meet-up with me, he ended up we just went to the pub. We just went boozing for the weekend. And he actually slept in here. He slept on the couch. Yeah. I mean, I didn't really know the fella, so I can't really have him like top and tailing with me and the missus, can I? With all my daughters in the house. So he sort of stayed in the office in here. And yeah, he's been up again. He likes it in here. He sleeps in here when he comes up now. So the thing is though, if we have a meet up, I mean, there's only one couch in here. I don't know where everyone you don't have to go home again afterwards. Don't ever say, John Allman, don't ever say she's just a housewife. I've got a tinted lock in my kitchen. Yeah. To be fair, mate, do you know what? Tell you the truth, I cannot do what my missus does. Like literally looking after the kids. And the baby. Oh my. Give me the little fella. I love the bones of him. By the way, my little son, he's absolutely nuts. I call him the toothless terror, right? He's 100 miles an hour. He's 13 months old, 14 months old. His little arms, he's just grabbing everything non-stop. He just terrorizes the life out of you. She has him all day. I haven't got the patience. I haven't. Look, I'll tell you the truth. I know what I'm good at, and I know what I'm not good at. I have one child at a time. If I want to take the kids out shopping, say the girls want to go buy new clothes or whatever, take one at a time because I can't handle when they start bickering or there's one kid. You can go with me today. You can come with me tomorrow. That's it. My missus can deal with everything at once and still be on the phone to me while she's cooking tea. She's amazing how I can't do it. I have like a one-track mind. So she's not just a housewife. She's literally if my missus, anything happened to her, it's just me and the kids, we'd all be dead. We'd all starve to death. Danny Rimmer slider. Yeah, do you know what though, mate? It's only me in here. I don't really. I'm happy with no curtain. I just put that up so you wouldn't have to look at a toilet in the background. Chris, Shrek is real. Cheers, mate. I hope it's not me you're talking about when you've got a picture of a clown for your profile picture. Show us your mugshot, Chris, anyway, before you're taking the mick out of me. Pocket door might have worked. Yeah, I've sort of I should probably finish it off. It needs cladding in there as well. I just sort of got so far with the cladding and stopped. All this is finished. All the workshop's finished. There's literally 2 walls to clad in there, and something to sort of a door, but we'll get back to that one time. D, my 2-story gable plaster is falling off. Brickwork looks good, so going to repoint and waterproof rooms inside. Gable taking plaster back to brick, and then SBR, then hardwall. What do you think? Depends if you've got a cavity or not, mate. If you haven't got a cavity, by the way, yeah, let's just go through this a little bit more in depth, mate. Take the gable off, take it all off, right? If there's a cavity, then you can use gypsum-based products because you haven't got penetrating moisture. If you've got a solid 9-inch wall, then you're going to get penetrating moisture. You don't want to use gypsum base coat plasters for that, right? First off, so you'd have to use sand and cement with waterproofer, or lime plaster, or put a membrane up, or anything. Basically, if you've got a solid 9-inch wall, you're going to get penetrating moisture. So you need to put something to stop that. If you've got a cavity, fine, right? But if you've got a cavity, then you don't, and you want to use gypsum base coat plaster, SBR will kill all the suction. Hardwall is for high suction backgrounds, so don't SBR, put the hardwall on. If you get an SBR and seal it, then you want to use bonding coat, because bonding coat is for low suction backgrounds. Okay, mate. Alex Linnett, best place to buy SBR. I literally buy it from anywhere, mate. I didn't really want to plug people, but I buy a lot of stuff from Whack Wholesale. Whack Wholesale, I buy all my beads, my SBR, and I used to buy Scrim from there, but as of lately, loads of different companies have been sending me Scrim for like reviews and stuff, so I haven't had to buy any Scrim for ages. So yeah, but Whack Wholesale. Now, the reason I use wholesalers, I'll just tell you the truth, I play them all off against each other. There's a load of them. There's R&J Hardware, there's Whack Wholesale, there's all different wholesalers that will bulk sell you beads and SBR. I literally buy a grand's worth at a time because you'll get the best prices. I'm going to use all the skin beads. If you sent me 1 million skin beads, I'd use them before I'm dead, you know. So I think £1,000 is enough to spend to get a good discount, you know. As long as they're making a margin, they're quite happy. So when you've got a bit of bartering power, you know, maybe you don't have to spend that much. You know, they're quite happy if you spend £100. They're happy with that. You know, most wholesalers, they'll deliver to you for £100. But if you want the better discounts, I mean, I've got storage. I haven't been doing loads of internal work. I usually buy plaster by the pallet, and I'll keep it in here because then I haven't got to go and queue up at a builder's yard in the morning. I can just literally in here. The lad comes here, get 4 bags or 6 bags of finish, put them on the back of the van, a tub of SBR, and get the beads. And I used my little workshop as my builder's merchant, you know, in the morning. So yeah, wholesalers. Phone one wholesaler, get a price off them. Say I want to buy £100 worth of SBR. How many tubs will you give me? And then phone another one and say, listen, they've said they're going to give me this. Can you beat it? You know, and then phone the first one back and say, well, they've just beat you. Can you give me an extra tub? You know, just play it that way. See how much money you've got to spend. But that's what I'll do, mate. Don't be worried about the feelings. They're only salesmen. Okay, doesn't come out of their pockets. It's not nice to chip a tradesman down because that comes out of his wages. But when it comes to salesmen on the phone, just be ruthless with them. All right, just watch go and watch The Wolf of Wall Street first, and then start phoning them up, battering them down on prices. Stephen Thomas, you'll have a following like Big John Fisher, Bosch Army. I don't even know what that is, but sounds good anyway. I wouldn't mind having a Bosch Army. That sounds quite good. D, 1950s house distemper, lime wash, pattern Pattern hair plaster on ceilings, nightmare. I know all about it, mate. I know. Muhammad Ali. Kirk, have you ever had customers who stand over you and just watch you all day? Do you mind it? We did a media wall and had a full family sat on the sofa facing us all day long. It was awful. No, it doesn't bother me, mate. It used to. It used to years ago. But literally, I I mean, I'm sort of I've done it that long now. It just nothing sort of phases me. And ultimately, remember, most of the time I'm getting filmed, aren't I? So I usually have someone filming me, never mind someone watching me. So when I've had it, mate, I've had them that close, I can feel them breathing. You know, you're going around sockets. I've gone around a socket. I was about 25 or something. I'm going around a socket like that. And I could feel the fella's breath on my neck. And what are you doing? He's like, I'm just watching, just making sure you don't touch the wires. There's more chance of me touching a wire with you on top of me. If I get electrocuted, we're both getting it, mate. I've had it, mate. Yeah, I've had the watches. I don't mind them. To be honest with you, I'll be honest with you, mate. If I'm doing a job by myself, I would rather have the customer in with me, so I've got someone to talk to, rather than be on my own, because it's a bit boring by yourself. You know, there's only so much you can scroll through Facebook in between trials. You know, it's just nice to have someone different there, isn't it? So I just talk the ears off them. And if you want to get rid of a watcher, by the way, if someone's watching you and you want them to go, just start flicking plaster all over the place, mate. They'll soon get out of the way. Ash, do you think it's hard work employing lots of lads, or are you better on your own? Also, can you make more money with more lads? Ash, been there, tried it, forget it, mate. Well, for me, maybe I haven't got the right personality to be a great boss of lots of men. Um, I've sort of been a little Hitler when I was on sites. I was dead mean. I mean, there's lads on here that have worked. Sam, my brother-in-law, John, a few lads that comment on this worked for me, but you can't say that. Never tell lads that they work for you. They hate it. They work with you, all right? They work with you on site, and I was really, blood out of a stone. I was driving them to work every day. I've done it that way, and I've also been like dead chilled and laid back with lads. Ultimately, when you've got loads of lads working for you, you think you're going to be just pricing jobs, organising materials, and organising jobs. It genuinely doesn't work like that. When you've got loads of lads that work for you, you will then, your role will be managed guidance counsellor, missing persons flipping detective because they'll go AWOL, um, Alcoholics Anonymous, loan shark. I mean, the more lads you've got all their problems that come with them, and trust me, it is like herding squirrels. It's like trying to round squirrels up, trying to organise lads. For me, I'm not cut out for that. I can handle having about 2 or 3 people max. As soon as you've got another gang remote that aren't with you, if you, it's good to have an apprentice with you, a lad with you, and another plasterer working with you. That from time to time, depending on the job, you can send him off to a different job, but the majority of the time he's with you. As soon as you've got someone that is constantly on other jobs, not with you, they won't leave a nicer job. They'll pinch your work, or the customers will try and use them to pinch. It just doesn't work for me. Some people can do it, maybe. I can't. So I've found for the extra little bit of money that you make, it's not worth the stress. Uh, John Almond, this is great content, loving it. Thanks. Sound, John, glad you enjoyed it, mate. Peter, hey, yeah, getting gear in advance saves so much time. 100%. You're the builders merchants, it's an hour. Doesn't matter how fast you think you are. By the time you've travelled to the builder's yard, got your gear, stood in a queue whilst they're like that on flipping typing out, whatever they're doing. You know, when you turn up at the counter and there's 6 of them all behind the desk, all on computers, and you're stood there at the counter like, hello, shall we go to work? Drives me nuts. It's an hour every single time you go, so it's an hour out your day. On the way out the back gate, it's 2 minutes to throw some stuff in the van. Tad the Roofer, what advice would you give to someone who wants to start doing videos, and what sort of stuff did you use when you started? That's it. Literally, every single one of my videos, bar the last 5, I mean, there's about 200 videos. That is it. That is it. All I've got now is a laptop to help editing because it's hard trying to edit on the phone unless you get your gigs on, you know. So editing got a little bit hard for me because my eyesight isn't great for the tiny little when you're trying to cut scenes perfect at the right time and stuff. So I got a laptop because I got a bigger screen, and I tried to get the best laptop I could. So this has cost me a couple of grand, but you don't need it. You can do it on your phone. And as well, I got this little microphone, but I got that because the microphone on the computer is naff. That's the only reason I got a microphone, because the microphone on this is just as good as that microphone. So that's all you need, mate. Do it on your phone. It's a bit of a ball, like going through setting up your YouTube thing, because you have to do like a tax form and stuff. But okay, so you have to do a US tax form to get paid off YouTube, but you don't need to worry about that until you've done 4,000 hours and 1,000 subscribers. But then if you want to monetize your channel, which I would recommend doing, because YouTube will put adverts on your videos anyway. So your viewers are going to get forced to watch adverts anyway, whether you monetize your channel or not. So they'll make money from you, but you can get 47% of it if you monetize your channel. So, I mean, if you don't want people making money on you, monetize it. Then you've got to do a US tax form for them to be able to pay you. That's complicated, but you can YouTube videos. There's people that have made videos on how to do it for people in the UK. So just do that. I can't remember because I've only done it once and it was over a year ago. So I can't remember how to do it. I can't tell you on that, but there's videos on YouTube how to do it. Antique crystal ball. Do you still do 6-to-1 Sandersman before bonding? I don't, mate. No. Gentlemen, my grandson's 50 months old, and he's actually the same into everything. Nightmare, aren't they? They're funny to watch. It's funny to watch because you can see the little brain ticking on them, you know. Pizza hate, now worse than getting in the van Monday morning and having to go to the merchants and getting fuel. Oh, that's another thing as well. That's another thing. My fuel situation. Fill the van to the brim. Fill it until you can't fit no more in it. Run it to the red. Go to the petrol station once. Fill it to the brim. Run it to that's how I do it. The least trips to the petrol station, the better. And my missus used to say to me, "Oh, it costs loads more money." It doesn't. How does it cost more money? It's the same amount of fuel. It's just rather than going every single day, you just go in once, and it's good for a week or 2 weeks, depending on how far you have to travel. It actually saves fuel. Think how much fuel you use driving back and to the petrol station, and time that you lose. So, Peter, hey, more money working on your own. Yeah, less stress. Mohammed Ali, squiddles. That's what they're like, mate. And then you got them when they. I tell you another thing they do. They tell the missus lies as well. That's the other thing. You have lads working for you, and then they go home on, like, I don't know, a Friday night or whatever after they've been in the pub, and then the missus like, where's the money? And then instead of saying, I've spent it all in the pub because I'm an idiot and I put hundreds in the fruit machine and I've done whatever else stupid things that lads seem to do. A lot of lads seem to have this obsession with putting stuff up the snozzles and whatever. I don't, not my deal, like, but I know that it happens. And they spend a fortune, and then they go home and tell the missus, Kirk hasn't paid me. And then the next day, I've got some flipping young blonde bird messaging me saying, can we have such and such as wages, please? Like, you know, don't you think it's a bit unfair that you haven't paid him? And I'm like, you've paid on Friday. Everyone that works for me gets paid on a Friday, no matter what. So, and why have you said that to her? Why did you tell her to pay me? You should have said. I'm like, oh, Just forget it. Let's have a look. Up to Mark Kitchen had a French bloke watch fit his toilet the other day. Didn't speak a word of English. Bonjour, la shit. Stephen Thomas, now that you're moving up in the YouTube world, have you thought about buying a GoPro or a proper camera with your thousands you're going to earn? No, I've got to think about. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be good if I earned loads and loads of money. I could have someone like someone edit the videos and do the filming. That'd be great. But there's not enough money for that yet. We'll see how it goes. James Coots, hi Kirk. What do you tend to do with all your rubbish from your jobs, skips or tip runs, etc.? Oh, bit of a grey area, mate. All different things, to be honest with you. All different stuff. So, most jobs that I do, I don't have any waste. If I put a wall on and there's literally a handboard's worth of a hawk's worth of stuff left in the bucket or on the spot board, I will literally just spread it on the wall to get rid of it, rather than having a blob left, because I literally have it measured out perfect. I don't usually have loads of plaster left over, so I put it on, or I'll fill out something for the next mix, so I don't have plops of plaster. So all I usually have is empty bags. That's you and a few offcuts of beads. I put the offcuts of beads in the metal recycling bin, and I put the empty bags in the paper recycling bin. At the customer's house or at my house, I'll say to the customers, "I've got these paper bags. Can they go in your bin?" Usually sound, and they just go in the bin. If I do a job where there's going to be genuine waste, we'll usually say to the customer, "Look, there's going to be some rubble. We're knocking stuff off. I can get rid of it, but I've got to pay. I can't go to the normal tip because my van's sign written and all that. It's a business waste. I've got to go and dispose of this waste. If you want me to sort that, I can charge you for it, what it costs me to go and do it, and a little bit of time that it takes to go and do it. Or I can bag it all and you can take it to the tip yourself because it's from work that you're having done at your house. You can quite happily put it in the boot of your car or bagged up and take it to the tip. It's up to you. And then I just see what the customer wants to do. If they want to take it to the tip themselves, then they do. If they don't mind paying, then I'll go and take it to a waste disposal centre or get a skip. If it's going to be more than a little tip run and it needs a skip, I'll just get a skip. I mean, 120 quid, skip on the drive, job done. That's what I do with my waste, mate. Stephen Thomas, I watch Salvage Rebuilds UK, and they now have like clip-on mic for better sound, etc. Yeah, I should probably get those clip-on mics. Connor 72, been out myself for a year now and been mobbed, finding myself working 7 days a week, chasing the money and wondering what my next step is, as in taking on a labourer apprentice. Would you advise it? Yeah. I hate being on my own. Just good to have someone with you, even just cleaning up for you. If someone's just cleaned up, so when you finish, you can just go. It's just so much, worth it. In my eyes, it's worth having the extra person with you. Alex, love it. Appreciate it. Mark Lawrence, what's your way of dabbing over existing plastered walls? Just see all the walls, mate. As long as you see all the walls, then you're good to go. If they're painted, that is, adhesive will not stick to paint. So you've got a PVA or SBR or grit the walls for. It'll stick to that. Adhesive will stick to that. Any of those. But that's it. Just seal it and you're good to go. Ronnie Barker. Ronnie's been here from the start. Ronnie was here when I had flipping 3 subscribers. Hello, Captain. It's a late one. You on time and a half. Ronnie, we've had a bit of an interesting night. We've been filming a video. So you guys have been watching whilst I've been making a video. I tell you what, mate, it's been like 3.5 hours. sort of tell you what, right? Tell you what, my neighbours, they're getting on. They're in their like in the late 70s, maybe 80s, right? They're probably listening to all this thinking, he's nuts, you know. They're probably thinking I've lost the plot. He's just talking to himself all night in there. Uh, Antique Crystal Ball, have you noticed your workload increases since you've gained traction on YouTube? No, mate. Well, yeah, I get more inquiry. Look, I'm always too busy already. Before I was on YouTube, I get more jobs than I can ever do. It's always been like that. I do a lot of things with social media to generate work and Google. So all for free, by the way. And I've got a training course on it. You can jump in my group and I can teach you how to do it. It's very simple. It's all free. You have to pay me to be in the group, £1 a day. But anyway, I always get too much work. I've always had more than I can do anyway. So now I just get more inquiries again. And ultimately, you can only fit so much in. So just tell people you're too busy. The thing is, as well, people think you'll lose work when you're too busy, but you actually become more sought after. Um, the more, the more hard it is to get hold of someone, the more your perceived value goes up. So when I tell people I'm too busy, it literally helps. When I'm getting recommended, they say, "Oh, he's good, but you can't get him. He's always chocker." And then when they do get you, when you can sort of fit them in, they're happy to sort of pay a higher price for you because they're like, "Well, we're lucky just to get this guy," so sort of helps. That said, just whilst we're talking about money, because I don't want you to just think I'm a greedy flipping toad. I like to be paid well for what I do, but listen, and I'm not saying this to try and brag and go on about it because it doesn't. It's not my deal at all. Um, and charity things, sort of broadcasting charity is not my thing. I find it a bit of a turn off when people do it. They give homeless people stuff and take pictures of them on social. That's disgusting. Embarrassing people like that. But if I get the sense that I can help somebody and they're in need, if I get the gist that maybe there's an old dear, widowed old dear, and she hasn't got much, or a young single mum trying to start out, or a young family, and if I get the feeling that I've done work for people that are like renting houses, and they've had a leak, and the landlord has told them you have to get this fixed, and they haven't got hardly anything. When I come across people like that, a lot of the times I will do the job and I'll tell them I'll send them an invoice, and then I'll write on the invoice, "You owe zero," and I'll send them the invoice a couple of days later, and give them the job for free. I just do it for nothing, but I can only do that because I sort of make money through the week, doing char if you charge more money, you can help people that need help you see what I'm trying to say? So I'm not trying to say, "Oh, look at me, I'm wonderful because I do free jobs for people," because I'm expensive, but because I'm dear, I can sort of help people when I see a need, a young girl who's single mum, she's struggling, she's just trying to get the baby's bedroom nice because the flipping ceilings fell in, and she hasn't got, she's got £20 spare at the end of each week, and it's like, do we buy nappies or do we, if I can help someone like that, I go away feeling great. So it's not all about just trying to extract money from as many people as possible. Sometimes it's nice to help someone, but I'll never tell you when it's happened because it's not my thing really to start, boasting about it. You'll embarrass people. That's the thing. That's the thing. It embarrasses people, doesn't it? So, Ash, I've seen a video of people putting plaster on the walls with a roller looking dog. Yeah, I've seen that myself, mate. It's not good. Muhammad Ali, Kirk, would love to see another stories from the pub video, mate. Last one was class. I was literally rolling on the floor laughing. Do you know what, mate? Yeah, I love like our little the stories from the pub videos are going to be more like these lives, mate. These are where I'll tell you little stories because that video, basically, if you look at the views on it, it was a bit of a flop. So not everyone wants to watch it. But when I do these little lives, yeah, I'll have a little chat with you about stuff. So you sort of like you're getting all me, all my little experiences, and that I'll just reveal them in the lives as we go along. Things that I remember that pop into my mind. Um, Mark Kitchen, how's the new lad? Mark, he's doing all right, mate. He's doing okay up to now. We'll see. We'll let him settle in. Things change once people get their feet under the table, so we'll just see how it goes. You know, I've had enough lads work with me over the years to know how this plays out. They're always amazing the first week. You know, we'll just see what he's like on month 2. Yeah. Rich, do you believe the idea that your prices are determined by your location, excluding London, or is it more about having the confidence to charge your worth no matter where you live? Rich, Google Ellesmere Port. That's where I live. Google Ellesmere Port and put in it poverty. According to Google, this is Ellesmere Port is one of the most poverty-stricken places in the UK. I've spoken to a lot of plasterers. I'm up there, probably one of the most expensive. So no, I'm not saying that bragging. I don't think it matters. I think a lot of pricing comes down to the plasterer that's giving the price. Think of this. Right? You think you live in a poverty-stricken area. You think, let's just say, for instance, you believe that where you live, there's not much money around. Go and have a look at the cars outside people's houses. The Audis, the BMWs, you know, the Mercs, the top of the range fancy cars. Go and have a look at what shoes people are wearing. Go and have a, you know, there's money everywhere, mate. You might get a higher concentration of people on benefits, but the ones that are working have got just as much money as anybody. You know, if somebody works at a job for Aldi, say, they're getting paid the same rate as the ones that work for Aldi in the fancy areas, you know. So when you get poverty areas, you just get a higher concentration of the people that aren't employed, but the ones that are employed, they can still afford you. That makes sense. So I think it comes down to the mindset of the plasterer. That's my personal opinion. Ronnie Barker, yours a Hughes Johnson log as a job. Ningus21, interesting regarding the waste rubbish. Here in my local area, we need a waste hauler's license to transport any trade waste to the local tip recycle centre. It's about 150 quid every 3 years. Yes, true. What you can do is go to your local skip hire company and ask them if you can take waste to them. They'll say yes. And what they usually do is some companies will weigh you in and out. But what you find is my local skip hire company near me, if I need to take waste to them, they just charge me £60 per load. It doesn't matter if I get one bag out the van or if I fill the van to the brim, it's 60 quid. That's it. So you don't the local authorities want waste handlers licenses and all that crap. Just take it to the skip hire place, mate. Chris Swan, the story I remember from you was the young lad taking a dump while a client was in the bath. He wasn't my young lad. He was a different gang's lad, yeah. But he was itching to go for the number 2, and he shot straight up the stairs. The customer said they were going to go out, and he flew up the stairs because he was dancing on the spot. You know, he was desperate for the toilet. Shot straight in the bathroom, and it was like an L-shaped bathroom. And as he sat, shot his pants down, poof, on the toilet. You know, and it's all come out. And as he's looked like that, the woman was in the bath behind the shower curtain. Can you imagine that? Oh, you just have to jump out the window, wouldn't you? James Coots, Kirk, what's your favourite type of floor protection when needed on your jobs? I use all different ones, mate. I often don't really like using any sheets or anything because I don't really drop much. But if there's carpet down or anything like that, then depending on the situation, a lot of times we'll just use tarps because tarps are waterproof. Or we'll I've got tarps. I'll put tarps down. I've got carpet protector. If the job's mint, we'll put carpet protector down and then we'll put tarps on top of it. If we're going to and from rooms, it's all carpeted. We'll just carpet protect a little trail, carpet protect the whole room, and put tarps on top. I have also got 12 dust sheets that are waterproof backed, but I don't like using those because what tends to happen with those is, although they look nice, when they get wet, those cotton twill dust sheets, and you fold them up and put them in your van, um, if you don't get them out and air them and let them dry off, they go mouldy. So usually tarps and carpet protector if I put protection down. Peter Hay, if I go see a job and it's a nursery for the baby on the way, I'll always decorate for free. What does it take? A couple of hours here and there. It goes a long way. Yeah. Do you know what as well? Just another little side note. When I've done a job for someone, a little freebie for someone that I think, be a nice little thing to do for them, it literally pays dividends because that person will become your biggest publicity agent and get you 10 more jobs. I mean, they'll recommend you on social media no end. I mean, don't ever embarrass them and sort of say, I did it for them for free or anything like that. You should just keep that to yourself. But yeah, I don't think you ever lose out when you help someone. And sometimes when you do a kind thing, you feel like it's put you out, but it comes back and pays you back. I'm the guy. If I see a lady on the hard shoulder, I'll always stop and change a tire, or I'll give them a lift to the petrol station. I literally do stuff like that as much as possible, and I think it always comes back. Always comes back to help you in the future. Ronnie Barker, if the heating pipe is blowing, then they've got money. Mark Lawrence, what would be your standard day rate in theory? That is, Mark, it's a bit of a standard day rate. I don't know. 300, about 3. Not, you don't really want to be going doing jobs for less than that, mate. 3 ton a day is, I think that's a fair price for a tradesman. But get as much as you can. Mark Lawrence, yeah, sorry, Danish. Danish is saying, hello, Kirk, how are you? I'm good, Danish, thank you for asking, mate. I'm sound, not bad at all. Sam Hughes, hi, Kirk, just want to ask, can you use Easy Fill out of date? What happens to it once the bag's open? Thanks, pal. I think you'd be fine, mate. I don't know. I've never used Easy Fill out of date, but I think, it might probably just set a bit faster. Jason Griffiths, thought you was going into the missus an hour ago. I know, yeah. She'll be gone to bed now with the baby. She'll be flat out, my missus now. Asleep in bed. Danny Greer, evening, Kirk. What's the world coming to? Us all talking about plastering past 11 p.m. on a Saturday night. I forgot it's Saturday. I know I'm sad because I'm flipping in here talking about plastering, but hey, how sad are you? It's not just me, is it? I'm not the only weirdo. I'm quite glad you guys are on here. It makes me feel better. Ethan Davis, where's the TikToks gone? So Ethan, I use the TikToks, right, to get people into my coaching group. Yeah. I don't really like TikTok, but I use that because that's where a lot of young lads are that need help with generating work and pricing jobs and stuff. So I use TikTok to get lads into my coaching group. But ultimately, I mean, the amount of people that are in the group now is enough for me that keeps me busy. I'm on the phone every night to someone sorting something out, helping with something. So I don't really want more of that, Ultimately, yeah, it's more money for me, but I mean, I want to give the guys that are in there the best value I can. And at the minute, I'm doing about 10 things with about 20 different people, which takes most of my time up, So that's why you haven't seen much of me on TikTok, because I'm not trying to generate more lads in the coaching group. Don't forget, I run my own business. I've got a flipping family with loads of kids and all sorts of stuff. I'm doing YouTube videos, I'm doing tests, I'm doing these lives and TikToks and the coaching. It's just sometimes, mate, it's just too much for me. So the coaching group is sort of like closed for any applicants at the minute. Well, it's not a coaching group. The Sales and Marketing Accelerator Camp is what we call it. Sales and Marketing Camp for tradesmen. Muhammad Ali, Kurt, my boss, had a number 2 in a bucket in the van. He left the bucket there and went back, and he remembered when he Heard the bucket fall over in the van on the way home. Oh, I'm laughing, mate, because I don't think there's many spreads that haven't gone in a bucket in the back of the van at some point. I think everyone's done it, but you got to remember to get it out, man. Danny Greer, best floor protection sheets I've found. There's a tarp, waterproof and easy to throw over the washing line and rinse off of a hose. Spot on, Danny. Same thoughts process as me. Steve Gordon, evening mucker. Spot on about pricing jobs. Money is like water, always on the move and ever flowing. Stand in the right place and you will get wet, but never build a dam as it will dry up. That is a mint saying. That is the best saying I've heard all fucking week. Yeah. I tell you, that's exactly it. I tell you, I found whenever I turn into a little minge bag of money, if I try and just squiddle it all away and literally go dead tight, it stops coming in. As soon as like I'm sort of like free and easy with money, sort of like giving tips, going for meals, pay for this for them, you can have, give the lads extra 20 quid, like it just keeps coming in. But as soon as you start to like go dead tight, it's like, I don't know, it's like the universe conspires against you and stops giving you money. So that saying just sums it up, yeah. Money's like water, always on the move and ever flowing. Stand in the right place and you'll get wet, but never build a dam as it'll dry up. That's spot on. Chris Swan, easy fill sets rapid out of date, like in 30 seconds. There you go. Mark Lawrence, can you say hello to Mel? She doesn't. Can you say hello to Mel? She doesn't. It was me asking a question. Okay. Hello, Mel. I don't even understand what you're saying there, Mark. But I know you want me to say hello to Mel. So, how you doing, Mel? Danish is saying, "What's your favourite drink on draft?" Lager, and I'm not fussy to be honest with you. I like Moretti, Peroni, Stella, Heineken. Export, Carlsberg Export, and then I don't like bottles. I don't really drink bottled beer that much. I like Peroni in bottles, but the bottles, I find them awkward to drink. You can't, when you want to just throw one back. So I like cans if I'm going to drink in the house. And I'll pretty much drink any lager, to be honest with you. Liam Ashley, I saw you on Friday. I was the LA plastering van. I was trying to wave at you. Sound, Liam. I do remember, mate. Spot on. Cheers, pal. See me on the move. Jason Griffiths, you at work tomorrow, kid? Yes, Jace. I'm skimming tomorrow, mate. Got to finish a job off and go to a job in Wrexham. Danish saying that's too bad I'm a Guinness guy. Oh, I do like a Guinness. I'll have a Guinness, but it's not my go-to, to be honest with you, mate. I went through a little stage of drinking loads of it, and I had a load of it in Ireland, but some pubs around here, you can get a Guinness, and if the thing is, if not everyone's drinking it, because it's not very popular, you can go in some pubs, and it's like you've got the first one out, out the line, and it's tastes a bit vinegary, so. Especially some of the boozers I drink in. If I go in sort of like a bit of a rough boozer, you think, yeah, these aren't cleaning the lines every day. I'll just look around what everyone else is drinking and okay, this barmaid's pulled 20 of these pints off, so I'll have one of those. Everyone else is drinking it, so I'll just go with the flow. Ash doing a plastering course on Monday. How much do you reckon it costs to get set up with gear? Okay. You can literally get trowel, handboard. Get yourself a decent trowel. That's the main thing. Go and get yourself a decent trowel. Go over Marshalltown because you can't really go wrong. Get yourself stainless steel so you don't have to worry about rusting. Because although it doesn't matter, if you're just getting into it, then it'll make it so much more simple. 14-inch Marshalltown trowel. Going to cost you in the region of about 60 or 70 quid, something around there. Handboard, you can buy anything, doesn't really matter. So your hand tools are going to be somewhere around about 120 quid. You're going to need a couple of buckets. So 150 quid, say, just to be on the conservative side. And then you need a whisk. You can just buy a drill and put a whisk attachment in it, or if you've got a drill, then you can use that. But if you wanted to go all out, then go and get yourself a mega mixer or a DeWalt cordless mixer. You're looking around about 600-700 quid for the proper whisk. If you're going to get one eventually, you may as well get one now. But if you can't afford it, then wait. But ultimately, I'd say, if you're going to buy a cheap drill and put a whisk attachment in the end of it, you probably get all set up for about 200 quid. 200 or 300 quid sorted. To buy a decent whisk. More like 800 quid, Chris Swan, can you still get Velvet Ale? I haven't seen it, mate. I've never seen it round where I am. Jason Griffiths, I'm plastering Officer Street at the minute, not far from Wrexham. Yes, I will be near Johnstown tomorrow evening, mate. Stephen Thomas, I'm off to bed. I'm a gas engineer on call for the local council. 30 jobs so far since yesterday. Think of the money, Steve. Danish. Nothing's as okay, it's gone. Nothing's as creamy as Guinness. There you go. I've got your other comment further down. Tad the Reefer, do you think you'll ever come off the trials and take more of an administrative role in your company? No, I actually enjoy plastering, mate. I'll probably do this until I can't do it anymore. And then just put the hammer over the back of the head and I'll go to sleep. Like an old dog, surplus to requirements. Just put me to sleep when I'm finished. On a serious note, I probably won't know. I think, my opinion, any old boys that have been in the building game their whole lives, it's in you. You can't stop. And when they do stop, the Grim Reaper comes knocking. In my experience, I know a load of old boys that have stopped dead. And that's it, dead. That's what seems to happen. Whereas the old boys that sort of retire and people won't let them retire and they end up still going out doing 2 or 3 days a week, 1 day a week, whatever, seem to just keep plodding on forever. Fine. So seeing that and knowing what I know, I'll probably just slow right down. You won't get much out of me, but I'll still be plugging away. Probably working for peanuts because I'll be one wall a day, half a bag a day or something. Sam Rowlands finally caught you doing a live. I know, Sam. Thing is, though, Sam, I've got to call it a night soon. I've got to call it a night now, really, because it's flipping late and I've got work tomorrow. And it's like 2:50. Oh, yeah, I mean, got to cut your cloth accordingly, haven't you? I mean, I've got millions of kids to pay for. I've got 4 kids in there. And they're like little termites in my bank account. Muhammad Ali, if cement is mixed into bonding to make it go off and it's then skimmed over nice and smooth on the same day, can the cement continue sucking water out of the skim, causing cat faces, etc.? I wouldn't worry about it. If you're gonna throw some cement in your bonding and skim over it, I wouldn't worry about suction because there's gonna be loads of moisture in the suction is caused by the background drying out and then just drawing more moisture out. So as long as you skim over it in the afternoon, like bonding is designed to be, then that shouldn't be an issue. I don't think it's really that necessary to put cement in the bonding to set it off faster because it's usually gone off ready to skim within about an hour anyway. So I don't know how fast you've got to be to do it. It's usually an hour and you're good to go anyway. So Ash, quality mate, cheers. Looking forward to it. So much knowledge on your channel. Don't say that, mate. I'm not that knowledgeable. I only know what I've flipping picked up over the years myself. But Stephen Gordon, plasterers don't retire. We just get in the coffin when we're done. Yeah. If we can afford a coffin, otherwise it's just getting the footings now. Lie down, stay still whilst we pour the concrete. I've got a shoebox for me when I'm done. This is going to put me in a shoebox. Stephen Thomas, same thing happened to my granddad. Slaughterman for 60 years. A few years later, gone. It's true what you say. It is, mate. It is. It's literally. I don't think they've proven it scientifically, but I've seen it enough times to know it's a fact. You can't be a grafter your whole life and stop work. The body can't handle it. It just doesn't. If you've been a pencil pusher your whole life, hitting buttons on a keyboard your whole life, then I think retirement is fine for you, because you've sort of been quite sedentary. But if you've been up at the crack of dawn in all sorts of weather conditions, grafting, struggling, pulling your plums out every single day, and then you just stop. Literally, it happens within months. Some guys last a year. Some guys, it's a month and they're gone. They just pass out, and it's sad. It's sad, but because they look forward to it. See loads of fellas can't wait. I'm retiring. I'm going to be doing nothing. Poof. Yeah, it's a sad thing, isn't it? Really, to sort of know it dawns on you. I'm never going to be able to stop. James Coots, what's your go-to mixing bucket, Kirk? I've just ordered myself some new refiner ones as I was using the flexi tubs. Yeah, refiner tubs are all right. I tell you now, the best mixing buckets, they only do knee-high buckets, rocket buckets, some fellas call them, one-bag buckets. That's why I like mixing in. Refiner tubs are all right. I use refiner tubs for mixing my K-Rend, or my Monocou's render when I need to get about 5 or 6 bags on the go at once. But the rocket bucket or the knee-high plasterer's bucket, the best one is Taylor Tools. They're like a black, thick plastic and the top's like rolled over the top. They are the best because they're indestructible. Loads of plastering buckets, if you put them down on the floor too fast, they just split. The sides go on them and they come out. Refiner buckets are all right. You can split them if you're really heavy with them. They will split if you bounce them, but they are quite tough. But the bottoms wear out in them, especially if you're doing loads of rendering. That's all that happens to my refiner buckets all the time. I'll have a bucket and it will last about 4 or 5 months, and then the bottom's gone in it. It wears dead thin, and then all of a sudden it's leaking, and you're putting water in it. You're looking under the scaffold and it's all squirting out underneath. So Taylor buckets, though, Taylor Tools skim buckets, very hard to find now. Not many places have them. I tell you where you can get them from. Where I was there. It's in one of my videos from ages ago. I was in Kent Building Supplies in Guersel near Wrexham. Whether you can find these guys online, they'll send them to you. I don't know, but I went there. Kent Building Supplies, Guersel, Wrexham, and they had a big stack of these Taylor tool buckets. And I hadn't seen them for ages. I just bought the lot. Just took all of them. So I want the lot. I think there was about 4 of them there. Just bought the lot. Yeah, they're dear as well. They're expensive, but they're worth having. Where are we up to the comments here? Danish is saying, take it out to Monaco. It's Sunday. There's always Monday. Mate, I've got this old couple need me to go and do it. I need to finish a job in the morning, quick sealing, and then go and do this this other job. I've promised them I'll do it, so I've got to. I don't want to let them down. I would rather have a Monday off. By the way, I'm quite happy to work 7 days a week. If I'm gonna have a day off, I want a day off in the week, a Monday or a Tuesday, because then when you want to go and do stuff, get a haircut, if you want to go and buy, if buying clothes is your thing, I don't. I wear work clothes 7 days a week, but if you want to go fancy shopping and all that, Monday, places are dead. You can go and do everything you want on Monday. It's chilled out. You have a Sunday off. Everywhere you go is packed. You go to a restaurant, packed. You go pub, packed. Have a day off in the week, mate. Work the weekend because people pay you more money for the weekend. So work the weekend and have a day off in the week. But I appreciate you thinking of me, mate. Anyway, thank you. Ningis21 views on Thistle multi-finish with PVA in it. Okay, they right. PVA isn't in the finish. Just I'm not pulling you by the way. I'm just saying because I know a lot of people thought that they didn't put PVA in the finish. They made a finish that didn't need PVA beforehand. They put polymers in it. Horrendous, mate. Horrendous. Yet it might stick, but it was no good at controlling suction. I haven't seen it since. I've seen it come out in Travis Perkins locally, and it was here for a little bit. I tried it, hated it, and then since then I've never seen it again round here. I don't even know if they make it anymore, so I don't know if it's you can still get it up your way because round where I live, nowhere sells it. I think it was a bit of a flop, but I didn't like it because the suction control was non-existent. Steve Gordon got mine ready, 8 before and some 2x1 biodegradable. There you go, mate. Spot on. Samuel Rowlands, guy I used to work with, retired, died within 4 weeks of retiring. I know, mate, it's sad, isn't it? But do you do much sand and cement render, or is bag products your go-to like K-Rend? I love sand and cement. Love it. I would rather do sand and cement renders all the time. Whether they want patterned, I like patterned. Tap it with a brush. Great, in it. Just done. Put it on. Tap it. Tap it. Tap it. Pay me. That's flipping great. I like that. But literally, all I seem to get now is people just wanting K-Rend, Weber. You know, K-Rend's the main one in my area. Everyone just asks me for K-Rend, Monocouche render. But it's all I seem to ever do rendering now. That and external wall insulation. Sand and cement, no one seems to want it anymore around where I am. John Almond, well, that's 4 pint cans of Stella, and it's been a pleasure to just sit here and relax and have a laugh and learn something. So, John, you're a legend, mate. Spot on. I always look forward to your comments, John. John Boy, love your content, pal. Appreciate it, mate. Listen, I love all you guys commenting. That's what makes it. I mean, I'm sat here literally just reading the comments. So, I mean, I enjoy your comments as much as you guys might enjoy watching me because without you guys commenting, I'd have nothing to talk about. So, spot on. I appreciate you all. Sigma Shield, why do you think it's. Do you know what, mate? The last comment, I can't read the last word because there's a little heart button for me to like my own video if I wanted to over the last word, so I can't read what it says. Why do you think that is, Matt, about the K-Rend? Till someone else comments, I can't read what he said. Someone just comment full stop so his comment goes up. Wait there, I can do it. There we go. There, now I can read it. Why do you think that is, mate, about the K-Rend? What everyone wanted it. It's like a snowball effect, I think, if that's what you mean. It's like K-Rend did a fantastic job of marketing their product. And everybody round where I live, no, if you say Monocouche render or Mono or Weber or Parex or anything, no one will have a clue at all what you're talking about around here. Like Liverpool, Birkenhead, Ellesmere Port, Chester. It's like all this area. They think the majority of the customers just think it's called K-Rend. Doesn't matter what brand you use, that coloured render is they call it K-Rend around here. That's it. So, and what I think has happened is a few people had it done and it's just snowballed. Everyone said, "Oh, I want that. What's that K-Rend? Oh, yeah." And it's just snowballed out of control. And yeah, I mean, I don't really think it's the best product in the world, you know. Water stains and what have you. You can have issues with water staining. So, I mean, they do sell sealers and stuff you can put on it, but Ted the roofer off the bed now. Look forward to seeing how tomorrow's live goes. Yeah, we'll have to do another one tomorrow, won't we? We'll put the plaster on tomorrow. I probably won't have as much time to talk tomorrow because I'll be quite busy, you know, skimming upside down and all sorts. on those little tiles. But yeah, good night, mate. Anyway, have a good one tomorrow. Julian Thornton, have you used Fassa Botello? No, mate, I haven't. No. Backer, I can't see what the your surname says, mate. In I think it's Russian. Are you wanna water? Don't know what that means, mate. Nick Break, what do you think is a fair day rate? Depends what value you bring, mate. Depends what value you are. And when I say value, you've there's lots of different ways of adding more value than just doing the job. If you are a time served plasterer, let's just say stick to plastering because that's easy for me to talk about. If you're a time served plasterer and you're excellent at plastering, great, you're worth X amount of money, but you can increase your value even more. You know, are you very easy to get hold of for customers? Are you easy to deal with? Are you an easy to get along with guy? Do people feel safe and comfortable with you in their home? That increases your value. Are you immaculate when you work? Do you clean everything up? Your value's going up, all these extra things that you can do apart from just being good at your trade increases your value. So your day rate should go in hand with that. I mean, if I go and work for a builder, say, he could have a plasterer that does the same meterage as me, and then me, and I get paid more. They say, well, how is that fair? Because you're doing the same amount of work, but you're getting paid more than him. That's not on. So, yeah, but when that builder phones me, he knows if I say the job's done. If he says to me, Kurt, I need you next Friday, and I say it's done, he doesn't have to think about it again. He knows that's it, the job's done. He knows I will make that happen for him because I've built up that reputation over time that he doesn't have to think about that ever again now. As far as he's concerned, next Friday, it's a done deal. The job's finished, and he knows it'll be immaculate. He knows the customers will be happy. He knows the job will be left clean and tidy. So that's added value for him. It's peace of mind for him. So I charge him more money. So a fair day rate, mate, is hard to put a number on because it all depends. You can be the best plasterer in the world, an absolute nightmare to deal with, a letdown, and leave a load of rubbish outside the job and swear and make the customers feel awkward and uncomfortable. And then obviously your value goes down. So it's hard to put a price on somebody, really, unless you know who they are and unless you get to know them. DPS Property Services. Kent Builders Supplies are great. Have everything in there. 100%. They are fantastic. I'll tell you how I met them as well. DPS Property. If you know Kent, I started going there years ago because I worked for a fella called Neil Wright, plastering contractor from up that way, Welsh fella. I used to work for. This was when I was site days when I was a young man. I used to work for RWW Plastering Contractors and G&E Robinson, same company, but they had two names. Figure that one out, right? Okay. So you get paid 1 week off one name and 1 week off the other name. Same fella, but two different companies, right? You can figure that out for yourself why that was set up like that. But anyway, lovely guy. Work started drying up, and I moved then and started working for Neil Wright because he had more work on. And what a top bloke! If you know Neil Wright, he's fantastic fella. I've heard because he doesn't live anywhere near me. I've never seen him since I stopped working for him. But I stopped working for him in 2008 when the recession come. And listen, I'd never had this before. He phoned me up. He said, Kurt, listen, you've got the plot that you're working in now, the house that you're plastering now. You've got that, and you've got next door and next door after that. He said, Kurt, because I was the newest guy in for his firm, right? And he knew that they were stopping building. And he phoned me. He said, Kurt, you've got that job that you're in that house. And the other two, he said, after that, son, I've got nothing for you. He said, they've stopped building. He said, I've got no more places I can send you. He said, so I'm just letting you know now, do them two houses. but start looking for something else, mate, because I ain't got no more work for you, mate. He said, you know, if it picks back up, I'll phone you. And that was when we were going to the recession at 2008. And you know what? That fella really, really appreciated that. Now, I got other work lined up, but I stayed and did them houses for him because I didn't want to let him down because he didn't have anyone. The site was closer to me than his lads. So I said to him, do you want me to stay and do them, or do you want me to go? And he said to me, make my life easier, Kirk, because you're on that site if you stayed and did them. So I did. I stayed for him because he was a flipping gentleman. I have heard since he's not in the best of health. I haven't got his phone number anymore, but you know, it's a sad, sad thing because he was a nice fella. He was a genuine gentleman. Anyway, how did that tie into Kent? He had a unit. He had an actual unit at Kent with all his plaster stored there because he had loads and loads of lads working for him, all Welsh lads. And I was like, this probably didn't like me because I was the Scouser, even though I'm not a Scouser, but you know. But he had a unit at Kent Building Supplies with a big shed with all his plastering materials in. So from time to time, he'd send me to Kent, you know, if I needed something. It's, you know, I've run out of beads or I need some scrim. He'd say, go to Kent, just go and get it, you know, get whatever you need. So that's when I found that place. What a little gold mine that is, Kent Building Supplies. It's fantastic. Samuel Rowlands, do you have any luck with getting Blaine Gray on your lives? Spoke to Blaine a few times. I don't really know the man that well. I've spoke to him literally 3 or 4 times on the phone. But I do know the man's just had a baby and he's bought a new house and he's busy doing what he's doing. I mean, I'm extremely busy. So trying to get 2 people free at the same time is a bit tricky. I mean, he's got my number, so I've sort of left the ball in his court because I'm not going to keep pestering the fella. He knows I'm happy to do something on YouTube with him, you know. But we'll just see. As of yet, though, no. But he did phone me. He did actually phone me. I'm saying this. He phoned me a month or 2 back and said to me, Kirk, I haven't forgot, and we will do something, but I'm just busy with the baby and the house and all this. He's moved house and what have you, so I'm just leaving to it because I know it's like I'm in the same boat and I've got a little baby myself, so I know what he's going through. I think this is his first one though. Whereas I'm sort of like I'm this is like, you know, I'm an old hat at this now. I've got kids that look after me kids now, so I'm all right. Um, Danish is saying, do you put mesh tape on the screws or only on the joints? Just on the joints, mate. You don't need your scrim screws because your screws, there should be absolutely no movement there. If you move the board and it's the screws popping through like this, then that's not right. So if it's absolutely solid, then it doesn't need scrimming. So just on the joints, mate. I know some fellas like to scrim the screws, and it's fine. There's nothing wrong with doing it. If you want to do it, crack on. You know, you're buying the scrim, but you don't need to do it. Tommy Williams is also a Scouser. Who, Blaine? No. Who we on about here? Who we on about, Tommy? You've thrown me here. Danny Greer, basically what you were saying to me the other week, not all down to price. Well, it depends how you sell yourself. 100%, Danny. 100%. And as well, there's ways of adding value when you deal with customers as well. There's ways of increasing your value. I'll give you for example. This is one little for example that you can do, right? To add a little bit extra value to yourself if you're in the trade, any sort of trade. Here's something that you can do. Always answer your phone. Never ever leave a customer ringing and ringing, right? Always answer. Make it a habit to never ever miss a phone call ever, even if you're busy. Listen, I'm really busy. Can I phone you back later? Right? Always answer the phone. Customers hate it when they ring you and they're ringing and ringing and nothing and nothing and nothing, right? That nothing drives people mad more than not being able to get hold of you. So try your best to always answer the phone. Now, here's the thing that I do. Here's the little tip for you. What I'll do is I'll answer the phone and someone will ring me about work. Kurt, can you price up, do me living room ceiling or whatever, right? So I'll answer the phone. Hi, can I help you? Yeah, we're looking at having our living room ceiling plastered. Okay. I'll say, okay, listen, I'm working right now. I'm busy right now. Can you send me a text message with your name and address on? I'll have your phone number. When I get home later, I'll book you into my diary to come and see you. I'll come and give you the quote, right? I'll book you in my diary. You send me the text message with your details. I'll book you in. I'll text you back at 7 p.m. sharp, right? Okay, thanks a lot, Kirk. We'll wait to hear from you. Okay, okay, I'm waiting for your text message. I'll wait for your text message now. I'll speak to you later. Right, phone down, gone. Right, I'll go home. I'll get my diary. Could be 5 o'clock. I'll book them into my diary. Right, so the booked in. Go and see, Mrs. Jones, because I'll look at the text message. Go see Mrs. Jones Thursday at 5 o'clock, whatever. I'll then text her. I'll schedule the text message for 7 p.m. on the dot. Okay. So what's going to happen then is she's going to get a text message at 7 p.m. sharp. Like I said to her on the phone, I'll text you at 7 p.m. sharp. She's going to get a text message at 7 p.m. sharp. Little things that you can do. What's going to go through her head then? She's gonna. If someone says to you, "I'll text you at 7 p.m. sharp," that sort of sticks in your mind. She's gonna get a message. Wow, 7 p.m. This guy does what he says he's going to do. He answered the phone straight away. He's told me he's going to text me at 7 p.m. sharp. The other fella she's rang didn't answer the phone. He rang her back later. I had a missed call from you. Yeah, can you come look at a job for us? Yeah, I'm busy today. Can I come and see you next week? Kirk answered the phone. Text you at 7. Boom, text. Yeah, we'll just wait for him. Little things like that, You you try and get a plasterer. You try and get someone to come and give you a quote. It's a nightmare trying to get anybody to do anything. So when someone is easy to deal with and on the button and punctual, it increases your value. That's just a little tip. That's a little tiny little tip, but it helps. John Almond regarding K-Rend, it's a bit like when Artex was the thing to have. Yeah, I think the same, mate. Yeah. Segma Shield, Smegma Shield. You never thought about expanding your business, pal? Get a couple more spreads working on you. Tried it, mate. Flipping nightmare. Madam Building and Roofing, even Kirk. How are you, pal? I'm good, my old mate. I'm good, thank you. Tony Williams, you missed my first comment, mate. Oh, sorry, Tommy. Let me just go up and have a look and see if I can see it. I don't know what's happened, Tommy. Tommy. Right, okay, so I can't see your comment, mate. Can't see your comment. But Tommy, I'll tell you now, if you've put like a swear word or anything in it or anything that YouTube thinks is dodgy, mate, they'll filter it out. So I can't see it. I've just gone through the comments. So you might have said something that YouTube has filtered out. So that's why I can't see it. I'm assuming that's the only reason because it's not there. It's not in the comments. Mark Kitchen, top tip, Kirk. Yeah. Listen, there's loads and loads and loads of tips I could tell you, but can't give all my secrets away unless you join my group. But yeah, that's a good one. Tell you another one as well that makes you stand out a bit. Keep some shoe covers in your van to go over your boots, or just take your shoes off. So I'll knock on the door when I go to look at a job. Knock on the door, and then I'll wait until I can see them coming towards. You can see through the glass, and you can see them coming towards the door. And as soon as they start getting to the door, I'll either be putting my shoe covers on or taking my boots off. So I've got my socks. And 99% of the time, they'll say, "Oh no, it's okay. Don't worry about it." I say, "No, no, no. I wouldn't come in my house like this, so I won't come in your house like this." My missus has battered me, and I make a little joke of it. That goes a long way. The fact that you insist in not disrespecting their house, and traipsing through their carpets with your big clodhoppers on, that stands out for people as well. They sort of take that into account because if they get a couple of quotes and the other guys don't do that, then you already know they like the most, don't you? This guy's got respect for our house. So, Mark Kitchen, is there any room in the group? No, but yeah. I'm not going to say no, you can't join, but ultimately, It's a sort of memberships are sort of on hold at the minute, but a few people are managing to sneak their way in. What's happening is I've got it where you can book a call with me to sort of get approved, and I'm sort of like putting that on hold. But there's still a little option where you can just click and join straight away. So a couple of people have just managed to just jump in. I haven't bothered taking the link down, so you can sort of get in, but I haven't been trying to. I haven't been trying to advertise it and push it. Is what I'm trying to say. Danish is saying, does stainless steel bow more than carbon steel? I think they're about the same, mate. I wouldn't like to say for definite. Daniel Greer, I remember you telling us that tip about the boots a while ago. Done that every time since. Definitely goes a long way. There's loads of things, Dan. That's just, I mean, all these little things just make people feel comfortable with you. As long as you sort of show respect for them, it'll, does really help. Matt Newton, if you had your youth again, would you still become a plasterer? Um, I don't know. I love it. I do love plastering. Um, but I do like most things that I get into doing. So I tell you what, I probably would have liked to have done some sort of engineering job, but I didn't try. Right, here's the thing: it's sort of my dad sort of had this sort of like all Pete Tong from the beginning. Because here's the thing: I'm not that thick. Right now, I know I'm not thick because I know guys that come out of school with all sorts of top education, and I talk to them and I think, yeah, you haven't got a clue what's going on, have you? So I can learn things quite fast. But I was a bit of a class clown in school. I was a bit of a naughty kid, but I had a bit of a interesting upbringing. Very very colourful upbringing with all sorts of violence going on of an evening, after a few pints when my dad comes home, kicking off. So I was a bit of a toe rag in school. And also, my old fella said to me, "Don't worry about school, son. You'll always have it. You're going to be a plasterer, so don't worry about school." So that's not the wisest thing to say to a kid in school. So when I left school, I didn't leave with any good grades. I didn't even go back to pick up my GCSEs. Right now, if I had a done, if I could switch something round, I would go now and become an engineer and go and do an engineering job, like a mining engineer, something working on machinery or something like that, and traveled the world. I would have liked to have seen the world ultimately. So if I could do it all over again, I'd get a job that's high paid, engineering sort of job, and go and see the world. But I wouldn't want to do that now. I love plastering as well, so I think you can find happiness and success in anything that you do, really, if you apply yourself to it. So. Um, Malin building and roofing. I've been doing what you do for years with the customers. I know I've won the job before even given the price. That's that's it, mate. One of my main things when I go and price a job is I'm not even that worried about pricing the job. The price for me, when I go and look at a job, the price, giving them the price and actually sorting the job is the little bit at the end. The bulk of the time I'm with the customers, building rapport, I'm making friends. I'm making it so that we feel like good old friends that have known each other for years. That's what I'm doing when I'm there. When I'm pricing the job, I'm making friends. The price comes at the end. Once they're like, he's an expert, he's flipping lovely fella, he's got respect, he's all that sort of stuff. The money doesn't even matter. That's the last thing. That's like, my main focus is like, get these guys feeling like they're my auntie and uncle first, and then we'll do the job at the end. And it's not fake either. All my customers, I get on with them. I mean, I end up being mates with them, so it's. Another top tip is to say something complimentary about the house. Yes, 100%. and say it in such a way that's not cringy. I say, I haven't got a license. Tell you what, I love your front door. That's flipping fantastic. That job, or yeah, I'm with you on that one, mate. Some people aren't the real smegma shield. Sorry, some people aren't in the real world to say the least, mate. I have a family members like that. Lol. SQ, what would you definitely Kirk if you had a choice between starting off now? It wouldn't change anything, mate, to be honest with you. I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy with my lot in life, to be fair, For someone that left school with no qualifications, um, thick, as the teachers said, you'll never amount to nothing, because I was naughty in school, to be fair, like I was a bit of a nightmare. You'll never amount to nothing, Kirk. Yeah, for my sort of lot in life, from where I sort of come from, I was a council estate kid, tear away. I feel like I'm okay. Things could be better. Things could always be better. We could all do with more money. We could all do with less work and all that. But I wouldn't do much difference. I enjoy getting out and working. I enjoy meeting new people. I'm enjoying doing this YouTube thing, this whole YouTube journey. It's been quite fun up to now. I'm enjoying being a dad. I'm enjoying, giving me kids the best life I can. So I wouldn't do much difference. Danish is saying, are you a spiritual person or is it just about work, home, and repeat? Yeah, I would say I'm I do believe. I'd say I'm a spiritual person. I do believe, mate. Yeah. I always feel like if I do something bad, that there's some higher being watching, thinking, right, you, John Stone. I've never. When I say do something bad as well, what I mean is to a person. I would never want to. When you're a kid and you do something, you say something mean to somebody, and it's hurt them, and you know that you've been out of order. I always go and say sorry, and I didn't mean it. Fix it, because I always think to myself, don't hurt the little people. So, because I feel that there's definitely someone higher watching over, thinking that was naughty, that mate. So that's sort of that's my view on it anyway. Man and building and roofing, I do the same, pal. I think most self-employed fall into the trap of thinking customers want cheapest price possible. Obviously, some want for now, but majority are happy to pay a fair price. Yeah, 100%. Sometimes you can price yourself too cheap and lose the job because they think, well, if you went to go and buy top of the range BMW and they said 500 quid, and it's the going price is maybe 5 grand and someone's 500 quid, you think, got to be something wrong with that. That's too cheap. So you can lose work being too cheap. I'd rather lose it being too dear than too cheap. It's a better way to lose work, isn't it? Tommy Williams, I know what you mean by old school treatment. It's a motivator. Oh, yes, it's a motivator, mate. If you know you're going to get filled in the morning for not getting out of bed, then you get up. Yeah, give me dad that. I love the bones of me old fella. Like, I'm not knocking him. I couldn't bring my kids up the way I got brought up. I'd be in jail, right? You just can't. It's just different these days, isn't it? They'd phone the flipping the RSPCA on you, or whoever they ring these days when you're a mean parent, not the RSPCA. That's when you're mean to the animals. Yeah, they phone the cruelty people on you. You just couldn't. My old man is parenting methods were you do what I tell you to do, or I'll come home from the pub and you will do what I tell you to do. Because you will be injured otherwise. That was basically it. And yeah, it worked for me. I mean, we were sort of like naughty in school, but he wasn't that bothered about that. As long as thing with my dad was, he was all about respect. If when he introduced us to one of his friends, if we didn't, shake the person's hand and nice to meet you, shake the hand, then we'd get in trouble for it. If we didn't say please and thank you, if we swore in front of women, things like that, you'd get a good hiding. My old fellow was all about old school respect and manners. It did me genuinely no harm. I would not change my upbringing at all. He went a bit over the top sometimes, but we're only human, aren't we? I don't think he meant it. I don't think he wanted to, I don't think my dad's a sadistic guy that wanted to physically hurt us. He just lost his rag sometimes, as we all do. Steve Gordon, 20% added effort on the job at the end, plus 70% extra in your pocket over the course of your working life, especially in our trade. Clean plasterers are worth their weight in gold. Yes, 100%, mate. I'm with you. Spot on. Tommy Williams, a give up. It won't let me to post. There you go, Tommy. You know it wasn't me. I read every comment that comes through, mate. I'm sorry. You've got to word it in such a lovely way so YouTube lets you say it. Marin building. Yeah, I've got a new lad, mate. He's been here 2 days now. We'll see how he gets on. Tommy Williams, that's what these kids need these days, though. It works. I know. I'm telling you, mate. I'm telling you. There was a look. I'll be straight with you. All my daughters, right? They're all like young women now. The youngest one, she's 12. I mean, she's like a young lady, Obviously, she's still 12 in the head, but you know how it goes. You develop, don't you? And when they were younger, though, if they were naughty, I had a rule of them. So I did it different to my dad. My dad, if you were naughty, he wouldn't say nothing when you're naughty. He'd just come home that night after a few pints and you just get filled in or you get battered, That's how he dealt with things. So there's sort of no warning. You're crossing the line and no one's saying nothing. And he goes off to work, stews in it all day, has a few pints and comes home, and then all hell breaks loose. So we were always just sort of on eggshells, just best behaviour all the time. I have never done that with my kids. I'm not knocking him. That's just how he did it. Fine. With my kids, I would never smack them in temper. So I'd say to the girls, I tell you 3 times. On the 3rd time, you're getting a smacked bum, and that's it. I'm talking when they're little, 8, 9, and what have you. I say, right, told you once now, told you again. I'm telling you the 3rd time now, and you are going to get a smack if you don't, sort this out this time. I probably smacked each kid twice in their whole lives doing it that way. Now, some people don't agree with it. My missus's sister used to go on, you can't smack them, you can't smack. Right, we'll not even talk about her kids. But anyway, all my kids have all been super well behaved. They all know exactly where they stand with me. My kids, I'm the fun parent out of me and my missus. I'm the one that smacked them, and I'm the fun. They all love spending time with me and having a laugh with me. Now they're older, that doesn't obviously I can't smack, the 20-year-old daughter, even though I'd want to sometimes. She flipping drives me nuts. But they all been respectful and well behaved. So that's how I play it. Don't smack kids. I don't think you should smack your children when you've lost your temper because you'll hurt them. You go too far. But I do think sometimes when a little one's playing up and you're saying pack it in, and they're still pack it in, right, pack it in. Woo, you're not going to mark them and hurt them, but that's my view on it. Some fellas may disagree. I ultimately don't care. That's just how I see it. It works. Never lose your rag in it, no, because then that's not good. Now, some people say, "Oh, you shouldn't smack them at all. You shouldn't smack them at all. Don't Okay, let's see how you get on. You might be lucky. Your kids might be fine, but if you've got a little flipping nightmare kid that just insists on pushing the boundaries, you can do it the long way and drag it out, and it's months and months of taking this off them. Sit on your bed. Stay there for done. You don't want another one of them, do you? Do as you're told next time. Problem solved. Instant. It's an instant fix. So that's how I've done it anyway. People say, oh, the government say you're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that. The government said that, the law says this, the law says that. Okay, when another country steps out of line, another country isn't playing ball, our government goes and drops bombs on them. So just keep that in mind when you're thinking about what the government says. Where are we up to in the comments? Smegma Shield. I like Gorgeous George off East is East. SQ from Dublin Kirk. I'm from a family of plasterers working in security now, but still plastering on the side. Your channel is inspiring and helps me a lot with the pricing side of things. Fantastic. Danish is saying, I think it's more interesting when you just talk about yourself and your worldviews rather than plastering, to be honest. I would still listen to you if you just talk because you're interested. Yeah, cheers, mate. You know what, mate? My missus can't listen to me for more than half an hour. She's like, right, shut up now, you're doing me head in. So it's good to have people to listen to. DPS, obviously the little people. Little terrorists. Tell you now, my little lad, I mean, he's walking round and I mean, you can't smack him because he doesn't even know what's going on. I mean, when they're little babies, like there's no point in you banging your head against the brick wall because they don't even know what they're doing themselves. He's a little nightmare. The little people, I call him the toothless terrorist. I swear Al Qaeda sent him to my house because he's a flipping nightmare. Main thing is if he gets out of the living room, he escapes from the living room. Left or right. If he goes right, he shoots up the stairs. He's like a rocket, right? He's only on his hands and knees, or well, he runs a little bit now. He's on his feet, but he's up the stairs on his hands and knees. Woof, he's up there, and he heads straight for the bathroom. Toilet brush out like this, flipping all around upstairs the house with the toilet brush. Because he's touching. Oh, it's just a flipping nightmare. That's if he goes to the right. If he goes to the left, he goes straight into the kitchen for the dog food. Water bowl out, tips the dog food over, all the dry biscuits. Oh, it's just, if you're cooking, he's trying to pull on the oven doors. He's just full on. He's just 100 miles an hour. So I'm saying, I'm just gonna leave my missus to deal with him because he's too much for me. Spengler Shield, totally agree, mate. Step out of line, clip lug. Yeah, I was fine. Back of the legs, mate. Sit. Told you 3 times. You only have to do. This is the thing. It's naughty, and you give a little sharp smack. You don't want to hurt them. You don't want to do any flipping bruises in it. Just a little. Told you 3 times. I told you. Stop it. It's more like the tone of your voice and the I've told you now 3 times. Like the little lips go, and you feel. I'm only joking. Give him a little cuddle, but you can't do that. You've got to stand by your word. You only have to do it once or twice. Once they know, told you twice now, you know what happens the 3rd time. They know it. They know you're going to do it. So they just stop because they don't want to get smacked. That's it. Once you've done it twice, you never have to do it again because they know then, oh yeah, he genuinely does do this and I don't want it. So I'll stop doing whatever I'm doing. Or, right, that's it. No TV for you. Go to bed now, and then it's the dramas continue, and it drags on and on and on, and yeah, whatever. Samuel Rowlands, is Kieran doing any plastering at all now he's left you? I don't know, mate. It's only been a week, remember? So, I mean, maybe. I mean, I hope he is. I hope it didn't all go to waste. But Kieran is working with disabled people. That's what he's gone to go and do. He's people with learning difficulties and whatnot. So that's what he's up to. Danish is saying, what I learned about having kids is let them do what they like for the first 7 years, then discipline them for the second 7 years, and then be their best friend for the third 7 years. Do you know what, mate? I like that. That's about that's about right, isn't it? That's spot on. 100%, yeah, I like that. That's pretty much how it goes. You just summed up the top and tail of it, basically, mate. Yeah. Um, Tommy Williams, you're the best on YouTube by a mile. G, so helpful. Cheers, Tommy. Right, anyway, boys, been emotional. We've talked about all sorts of things tonight, haven't we? I didn't think we were going to be on for 4.5 hours. I'll have nothing left to talk about tomorrow. But right, well, you're making me. I'm going to be late tomorrow, aren't I? Now I've got to be up early tomorrow, and I feel like lying in because I've been on here yapping to you boys. Mm. I swear you said, Ash, I swear you said to your daughter it'll only be half an hour about 3 hours ago. I know, mate. I know. I'm flipping do it all the time. This happens in the pub as well. When your missus phones you, you're having a pint, and then I'll be home after this one, and the next minute, someone gets you another one, and you're like, ah, now I'm going to slave for another one. It happens to me all the time. Once you sort of, whatever, I'm going to be late, and that's it. That's what happens, isn't it? Although, sorry, I'll put that over here, banging it next to the mic. Oh, yeah, and the next minute, your missus turns up at the pub like that. You out. And you got to think the best way of playing it, Do you go, okay, babe, sorry, or do you try and be the big cool guy? Depends how many pints I've had, which way I take it. If I've only had a few, now, all right, love, let's go. Yeah, let's go get something to eat and out. But if you've had too many beers, then you might decide, coming in here talking to me like that. No, love, you wait in the car. I'll be out when I'm ready. And then that's when it kicks off. You're gonna get battered when you get home. Got the flavour. Happy wife, happy life. Steve Gordon, clip round the ear, never hurt any kid. My old dear, give me what for loads of times. I was a right grown up. Now I'm a plasterer. I think there's something in it personally. What used to happen to me as a kid? So my dad, he was just. I mean, we don't even talk about his flipping methods. I mean, he used to get cracked, and that was it. My mum, what did we used to get the flip flop? The flip flop was her main weapon. What else was she? Had a bar of soap in the mouth, or if the soap wasn't to hand, we'd get a little squirt of fairy liquid. That is the worst. Imagine doing that to kids now. Imagine your kids going to school now and saying, "My mum squirted fairy washing up liquid in my mouth." You'd be in jail. I'm telling you, you'd go to jail for it. Flipping nuts. Getting chased around the house, right? Me and our kid, our great kid, we just take off up the stairs 500 miles an hour with me mum jumping with a flip flop. By your legs. Oh, them were the days, man. It was good fun though, wasn't it? I genuinely enjoyed it. It was getting a legger. Your mum chasing you around the house trying to batter you with a flipping slipper. Oh, I wouldn't change it for the world. I thought it was great. I didn't like the fairy liquid though. Flipping heck. You couldn't wash it out, you're trying to rinse your mouth out, just making bubbles. Oh no, that wasn't good. Fairy liquid is not good. You never do that to your kids. That's evil. Poor Murphy. Hi Kurt, love your channel. Maybe a little diverse into politics would see you subs rocket. View from a normal person. Trump 24. Yes. Yes, I do like the old Donald. Uncle Donald, you know. I'm not bothered about subs, mate. I just do what I want on here, to be honest with you. I appreciate you're probably right, but yeah, whatever. We just could have a chat, don't we? Smegma Shield, absolutely, Stephen. Yeah, clip round the ear. Danish is saying that flip flop aim is better than a sniper in World War II. Telling you, mate. I'm telling you, my mum could literally jump. She's only like, you've probably seen her if you've watched a few of my lives. You'll have seen her pop in on Tuesdays sometimes. Oh no, that's different live. Sorry, it's lives in the group. Anyway, yeah, my mum, you may have seen her on a video in the past. She could literally, for a 5-foot squirt, she could jump from the bottom of the stairs halfway up. I'm telling you, she could. I didn't know how fast she went up the stairs. She'd still managed to get you right on the back of the legs. Kirk, do you want a plastering question? Yeah, go on. Do you know what? Sometimes I think to myself, told them too much, you know. Told them too much stuff about me. Yeah, give me a plastering question, mate. Get me off this flipping topic about beating kids up before I get myself nicked. Man in building. My mum once hit me over the head with a frozen fish because me and my bro was messing while she was on the phone. Even Dad Winston said that was like getting hit with a lump hammer. Do you know what's funny, right? Here's what's mad. What the hell is that? Me old fella. Me mum would flipping give us the fairy liquid treatments. Give us a smack on the back of the legs, right? me little mum, right? God bless her. She's ace. Come here now. Turn round and let me smack you. So we'd have to stand there and let her smack us. Like I used to like the running, you know. It was more exciting to get a chase and get smacked than what it was to stand there and get smacked. But anyway, so come here now, turn around, smack us right now. Kitchen, get next to that sink, fairy liquid. And my dad'd say, "That's a bit much, that love, you know." And he'd be sort of on our side. That's a bit, oh, Paula, that's a bit much, you know. That's enough now, you know. And he'd be like, and the same fella would come in and try and fill us in 2 days later over something less, you know. He's a nut, I'll tell you. I love the bones of him, by the way. So if you know, you might even be watching this sometime. So, Dad, never change. I enjoyed every minute of it. YouTube Slayer, hey my man from Edinburgh, spot on, mate. Beautiful part of the country. Samuel Rowlands, is it worth going to college to learn plastering, or can you get to the same level by DIY jobs? Best thing to do is learn with another plasterer. Don't try it yourself. Go and learn with someone go and get in with a good plasterer. That's better than college. But if you want to use plastering to get, you know, abroad or anything like that, then you'll need the qualifications. So go to college if you want to travel the world. If you're young and you've got the time, go to college. Go and get your quals. If you haven't got the time, if you've got a family and you're busy and you just need money, then don't worry about it. That's my opinion. My opinion, for what it's worth. Ash, a guy I did a job for recently, just rang me. That wall's cracked, he said. Thanks very much, I replied. No, he said. It's really cracking. Oh, that wall's cracking. Oh, Ash coming with the jokes. Daniel Greer, a massive shatter-resistant ruler was my mum's method. God rest her soul. Yes. Oh. we all had the ruler, didn't we, in school? Not that I wasn't disciplined by my teachers, but we used to give each other a good spanking. The kids battered each other with the flipping shatter resistant rulers. You knew when someone slapped you with one of those across the chops. John Allman, good night, Kirk. John, take it easy, mate. Madam Building and Roofing, she happened to have the frozen fish in her hand while on the phone. She didn't go and arm herself from the freezer. Oh, right, okay, yeah. She had it, it was already in her hand. She didn't go and look for a frozen flipping object to start battering you with. John Allman, great evening, enjoyed it. John, it is a pleasure to have you, mate. It is a pleasure to have you, your company, as always. Take it easy, mate. Good night and God bless. Execute the wooden spoon. Yeah, I've had that over the top of the head as well. I've had the wooden spoon treatment. That's not fun. I'm sure I never had it. I'm sure my mum said that she had her hands wrapped with the wooden spoon as well. That's a bone breaker. That's a bit far in it. I never had that personally, but I'm sure my mum said that she had the back of her hands wrapped with the wooden spoon. I mean, that's that's going to do damage, isn't it? That's not going to sting. That's going to break things like the little bones in your hand. So, Mark Kitchen, that got to go on a t-shirt. Love the bones of him. What's going on the t-shirt, Mark? You haven't told me, Mark, which needs to go on the t-shirt. Stephen Gordon, I think was your mates knew if you got a clip for playing up as they got the same lot. Yes. Yeah. Danish is saying, lol, I'm a naughty kid, so I got the flexi rule at lol, more of a sting than the shatter resistance. Yes. Mm. Gents, I should be in bed. It's only because I'm enjoying chatting to you guys so much. Oh, what a night. Wait there. 1 second. Let me just have a look out here. I'm just looking at all the cement board. The blue grit. All of them look like they've completely gone off. They all look completely set. So, just for anyone that's interested. Michael Woodhouse, are you working tomorrow, Kirk? Yes, mate, I am, yeah. Just to let you know as well, people always go on about me sort of being live late at night when I'm working the next day. I'm a big fan of the siesta. So I've already had a little sleep. I've already been in, come home, get the baby, and I have a little snooze with him. So I've already had a little kip. I have like an hour or two when I literally every day when I finish work, and then I don't really go to bed until about midnight most nights. I can still get up about 6:30, 7ish the next day, midnight. But the odd time, 1 o'clock doesn't hurt me. It's not ideal. I do feel a bit tired the next day if I stay up till 1 or 2. Getting out of bed at 7's not fun, or 7:30. It's Sunday, isn't it? I'll probably get out of bed tomorrow about 7:30, 8 o'clock ish. Samuel Rowlands, did your dad teach you to plaster or did you go to college? Sam, my dad taught me from the age of, well, from the very beginning, to be honest with you, mate. But when I started going to high school, that was when my dad said to me, weekends, Saturdays, sometimes a Sunday, school holidays, you're working with me, you're learning to plaster, you're mixing, you're cleaning, you're doing all, I didn't just start learning, I had to learn to mix and all the rest of the caper. From the weekends, that was the beginning of it. And then I left school when I was 15, youngest in the year, or second youngest in the year, July baby. So I was 15, and then I was plastering full time from then until to date. So, but yeah, my dad taught me, mate. Yeah, and I didn't go to college for plastering. I went to college to be an electrician. I went day release to college to be a spark. After I didn't end up going in the army because my dad talked me out of it. Although I passed to go in the army, in the Royal Engineers, passed the barb test and all that caper. Went to Lichfield. Didn't go to college for plastering, but did get on-site assessed when they brought the CSCS cards out. I was on site at the time, and the fellow I was working for had the on-site assessments, so I got an MVQ in plastering, on-site assessments. So I got an MVQ in plastering. But I didn't even keep the paperwork, so I don't even know where that is. I don't even know how to get that. But I'm not even. I don't need it, so it doesn't make a difference to me. But I did a city in Guilds as an electrician. There you go. Long answer for the short question. SQ, when you're plastering a patch, how far do you go past the scrim? If you go too far and the owner tries to paint it, the plaster comes off when it's very thin. Okay, so you've let's just say, this is your patch. This little square is your patch. Yeah, you're gonna scrim half and half on. You need to seal the area around it with PVA or SBR. Well, they're the two. You can't use a grit because you can't blend into a grit. But you're gonna, and then you're gonna feather in, and you're gonna stay within where you've sealed. So you can go as far as you want, but make sure you've sealed further. They don't seal just around the edge there and then blend in past the seal. You need to be blending into where it's sealed, and then it won't peel off. Okay, it won't peel off then because you're feathered into something that's been sealed ready. Ash, what time do you normally finish work at, mate? Anywhere from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock. I've been known to be on site till oh yeah, sometimes very late, mate. Scraped renders, you never know. In the past, when I was younger, I remember mixing up once. I remember mixing up for start plastering at 1 a.m. in the morning. 1 a.m. What do you say in the morning? Do you when you say a.m.? But 1 o'clock mixing up to put a gauge on. I'll never ever do that ever again after working all day. But the job needed to get done, and it was for family, so we just did it. But never ever doing that again. Yeah, usually I try and get off. I'm usually on my way home most days about 4:30. That's usually me done. But sometimes, sometimes it's not worth going back the next day. You just got to stay and get it done. Danish is saying, is it worth using a chalk line for a large ceiling to make sure it's straight? Or if you're skilled enough, is it better to do it just by eye? Usually the boarding will be straight enough, mate. So get the boarding on, get the ceiling straight to start off with. If it looks out, then fill it out with some base coat plaster, some bonding, straighten it out with bonding so it looks straight. I don't really start getting chalk lines and stuff out when I'm skimming. If it looks up and down, I'll straighten it first and then I'll skim it. But depends where you're at with your plastering. I can look at things and know where it needs it. And I can build things out whilst I'm skimming and stand back and look at it and keep building it until I know it's straight or until it looks straight. But if you're sort of new to the game, I don't know how far along in your plastering journey you are, a string line and building out to the string line might be the best way to do it. Plastering, mate, there's literally 100 different ways to skin a cat. So there's no right or wrong way. Whatever works for you, ultimately, There's a few things that you can sort of try and do that isn't correct, but there's a lot of different avenues you can go with to get the same result of plastering. There's no sort of right or how can I put this? There's a few wrong ways of doing things, but there's a few right ways of doing the same thing as well. There's not one right way of doing stuff. Tommy Williams, my dad pushed me into carpentry, did 2 years. Now I plaster. Love it. Yes. Yeah. My brother trained to be a carpenter as well. I trained to be a spark, and he trained to be a carpenter. But that was basically because the building business that my dad had, between us, we could do everything then, if I sort of knew how to do wiring and my brother knew how to do the carpentry and my dad could do like the bricklaying and the roofing, and between the three of us we could pretty much do everything. That was my dad's sort of dream. Ultimately, it didn't end up like that because I wanted to go on the building sites. My brother was on the site with us, and then we sort of got put on price, and then my dad and my brother left, so we didn't do this private sort of building company that my dad had a vision of. Just how life pans out, isn't it? So, Sam Rowlands went to college, done mechanical engineering up to my level 2. Just weren't enough apprenticeships around by me, so now stuck making bags of cement. Okay, fair enough, mate. Howard Morris, I've just come on. Bloody hell, mate! It's 12:40. What you doing? It's not me, Howard. It's these lots. It's not me. I wanted to go home half an hour ago. Hmm. Howard, this is my third can of beer since what time is it? About 8 o'clock. So I'm trying to sort of like get me daily quoted, and I usually have like 4 or 5 cans, but I'm like I'm struggling to get my third one because I keep yapping. Anyway, we're gonna call it a night soon, eh? I feel like if I go any longer, YouTube will cut me off. Tommy Williams, right? I'm out of beer. I'm off to bed. Take it easy, mate. Tommy, don't be like that, mate. Go in the cupboard, right? Get your missus's gin. She'll have something in there, the wine or something. Get started on that. Must be a bottle of vodka or something in your house that you can carry on with. Howard, I'm on my 10th, right? It's gonna get crazy, isn't it? I'm going before it starts kicking off. Tommy Williams, got some vodka. There you go. That's all you need. Get some vodka. Just have that. You don't even need anything with it. Just pour yourself a little shot of vodka there and just start throwing them back instead, Tommy. I'm only messing. Go to bed if you need to go to bed, mate. Don't let me get you into trouble. I'm a bad influence, mate. This is what happens in the pub. I'm here all night. That's it. He's done. Tommy's in trouble now. That's it. Tommy's missus will be on in a minute. Kicking off. No graft tomorrow. That's what we like to see. I might not go yet. The way things are going now, fucking stuff it. We'll have a day off. Can you imagine that? Imagine the trouble that would cause me tomorrow if I didn't go to work. Oh, I'll tell you what. Oh, gentlemen, that Tysky's some beer. Yeah, it's all right, to be fair. No complaints. It's not too gassy. Oh, the comments are flying in now. YouTube Slayer, I've 40 McEwen's export here. Get them down, you lad. Madden building and roofing. I'm off, pal. Finishing off some repairs from the storms. Take it easy, mate. Good night, God bless. Smeg my shield. Are you going to stay in touch with Kieran, mate? Yes. Yeah, the lad lives around the corner. He's just round the corner from me, so he's not far away. We'll be staying in touch. He's a top lad. So I probably won't see him all that much. But he plays since he started working with me. My local pub that I like to pop into is Ellesmere Port Labour Club. Now, Kieran's had to come there with me. It's sort of like his Friday ritual. He had to come and have a pint with me, whether he liked it or not, because that was the rules. So he signed up for their pool team. So he actually plays pool in the pub that I drink in. So from time to time on pool nights, I mean, he's going to see me anyway. So yeah, I will keep in touch with him though. Uh, Danish is saying I'm on my 7th Guinness. Keeps the cheek rosy and keeps the joints from creaking. Yes. Yeah. Keep the joints lubricated. Danny H. Cheers, Danny. Genuinely, oh boys, I'm going to chuck this down and I'm going to bed. Danny boy, feeling very inadequate now. I'm watching this with a glass of milk, semi-skimmed too. Don't put any vodka in your milk, mate. It doesn't go down very well. In case you're wondering, I'm literally just chucking this down, boys, because I am. I have to turn it in. Go and get my head down. Only because tomorrow I'm going to do a day's work and then I'm going to carry on again with the testing, and I don't want to sort of get in and be that tired that I stay asleep for too long, and then everything goes out of sync. Then I have my little siesta. If I'm tired, sometimes I don't get up again. I just stay. I come in, go to bed. That does happen from time to time as well, fellas. Sometimes I come in and have my little siesta. About 6 o'clock, I lie down and I don't get back up again until the next day. So sometimes, I don't want that to happen tomorrow. Matt Lawton, it's all go. You're telling me, mate. Danish saying the way you're going, Kirk, you're not going to be at work for 10. We'll see, mate. Listen, I'm what they call a seasoned drinker. So I'll be all right. Don't worry about me on me 3 cans. Stephen Gordon, after a time, once you put your trowel on the ceiling, you'll know if the ceiling or walls out just by the way it lays on. Oh, 100%. This man knows. The trowel, you can just feel it. If you're leaving big lines, if it's like a flipping egg, and you're putting it on and you can tell that it's not flattening in the end. Oh yeah, you just know, don't you? Tommy Williams, take it easy, fella. I'm off. Go on. God bless, Tommy. See you later, mate. I'm gonna wrap it up myself now. Arthur Ryder, I'm on the McEwen's champ. Oh, right, there's something in the right. Whenever you're the last comment, I can't see the end of the word. Let me just put something here in the chat so I can see it. There we go. Now I can see what you said. Arthur Ryder, I'm on the McEwen's champion. Just a 7.3, washing the dust down, 100%. That's the one, mate. Gotta wash the dust down. Paul Murphy, night, mate. Take it easy, pal. Signing off. Howard Morris, I've always let bonding go off a bit and then SBR, then skim it. Followed your advice, Kurt, just when it's starting to go, then get the skim on. Done today, and some patches. Brilliant. Thanks, mate. There you go, pal. Spot on. Rich, very enjoyable. Cheers, Rich. Gentlemen. Right. God bless, Rich. That's it, boys. It's been emotional. Having signing off. Tomorrow, and we'll carry on tomorrow. Art Kitchen, you're a gentleman. Danish is saying, he's asking me questions. You're a flipping bad man, Danish. I'm trying to go to bed. When using hardwall, do you PVA/SBR the brickwork or just wet it up with water? Danish, hardwall is high suction. It's designed for high suction, mate. So just give the wall a little damp down and you're good to go, mate. Don't seal it. If you seal it, then it's no good. You need to use bonding. Yeah, it's for high suction, mate. So you don't really, if you're going for like breeze block, you can just get it straight on. Maybe on brickwork, you could damp it down a bit, Howard Morris, good night. Take it easy, mate. Arthur Ryder, ring it out. Daniel Gray at night all. Guys, I'm off. Good night, God bless. Been a pleasure. Take it easy. Your stream will stop immediately and you will no longer be live. Sounds good. Ciao.